you wanna go to a place? I wanna go to a place. Do you wanna go to a place? I wanna go to a place. I can take you there. I can take you there. Do you wanna go to a place? I can take you there. Say hello, good morning, good morning, good morning. I am in the mood. That music just takes me there. It takes me there. Okay, good morning. Welcome to Mosaic with TJ Randolph. I am TJ Randolph. Now, who do I have here with me? Anybody with me? And I want to know if you can hear me. And if you can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Please, 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 please. I'll wait a moment. You know, I'm used to talking to myself, but I see there are 4 people in here, and I would hopefully one would let me know that they, you know, that they're listening, so I can know if they can hear what I'm saying. So I'll wait. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me all right. Or to let me know if there's some technical difficulties. I can't get no 1. Not a 1, not a 1, not a 1, not a 1. Let me give myself a 1. Let me give myself a 1. Okay. Let me give myself a 1. Okay, so I can't hear me. Okay, so let's do this thing. I am TJ Randolph. I want to, you know, I go for those who come to my channel, I go through the morning announcements. My morning announcements are shout out to my hardworking trucker man, Mr. Randolph, and all those truckers traveling the highways and the byways to bring us our much needed goods and to keep this supply chain going. Shout out to my firstborn nephew, Ryan Spunk Adams, whose song Now You heard on the intro. I always say he was my baby before I had a baby. Because he's, good morning, red lipstick. He is 4 years older than my baby, and I'm so proud of that young man. So shout out to my firstborn nephew, Ryan Spunk Adams, with his single Now that dropped August 1st. You can find him on all streaming platforms. Also, he was the featured artist at last week's Thunder game. Shout out to Oklahoma City Thunder. Shout out to my niecey Pooh Lucky Marie, who created that bomb intro that I love. It takes me there. Do you want, I can take you there, okay? So shout out to niecey Pooh for her creativity. Okay, I had to go ahead. You know, I've been coming to you. Let me go say a couple of good mornings. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, Red Lipstick Vibes. Good morning. Bravo with Sheila. Ladies, let's chat. I'm not sure I've seen you before, but thank you for coming. Okay. You know this is your middle-aged married auntie. Y'all saw the thumbnail. I don't usually come like this. But we got to talk about this. So, and my first question is, why do y'all keep doing this to me? Why do y'all keep doing this to me? In the words of the poet, the late poet DMX, y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me act a fool up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me go all out up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my cool up in here. Why y'all do this to me? Well, what you talking about, TJ? I'm glad you asked. Somebody sent me this video and I was incredulous. I'm like, this is not really happening. This is not really happening. Say it ain't so. But it's so. So listen, I hope y'all can swim because we're going into the deep water today. And I'm camped out in the kitchen because I think I'm gonna need more than one cup of coffee to get through this. Now I'm gonna tell you right now, we're not gonna be here for 3 hours. We're not doing that, but we got to talk about some stuff. So I needed to be close to my coffee machine just in case I need a refill. And sorry, Mr. Randolph, I know he wants me to drink decaf, but I had to have something strong this morning. Okay, so let me give a couple of disclaimers. I don't know these people, these individuals in the video personally. I do not. And shout out to Better Biatches. I think her name is Mika for the video, but I don't know her personally. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody in the video personally. Well, we're going to get to. There are a couple of young men that I consider my nephews. We've had conversations, so I do consider them a part of my family, my internet family. But when we unpack this thing, I don't know anything about any of the ladies or the gentlemen in question. But I want to talk about it because it is a cautionary tale on so many levels, okay? So let's go ahead and get into it. I'm gonna share my screen. And to give you a backdrop, this lady, Minka, was a business partner, a YouTube business partner with Grape Hill Podcast. The lady that is her guest provides information to support that she was his girlfriend. So I'm not going to say allegedly, because from what I saw, she provides information to support that was the operation, that was the premise she was operating under. So let's get into this thing. And I want to talk about it. So let me share my screen. Hold on a minute. Okay, let's go. I'm still not doing it. Okay.
And I brought you on because you're in relation to what to the Grape Hill Podcast, or Angelus?
Well, I am now currently the ex.
The ex-girlfriend.
As of recently. Like very recently, not like years ago.
How recent are we talking?
Like September. Like
okay.
late September, early October.
So right around the corner. God damn it, bitch! You were literally with him for that long. God. Anyways, I'm not gonna shit. What is it? If I had any of the memes, if I set it up correctly, I would have been like, no shame. Um, so I brought you on. I wanted to introduce you as who you are. You are Angelus's ex-girlfriend as of recently in September. And I would like to thank you for coming on the show. Podcast, I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna call it the show. But I would like to thank you for coming on because there's everything in this world is really pretty much about like what can you prove, what's real and what's not real. And so I had explained when I first did the first spiel of this is me like completely distancing myself from this guy. I want to make it very clear. This is what happened. This is why I left. And I kind of told the story of how you and I met and how you reached out to me through Instagram and you were the girlfriend. And I was like, what? And then it was, well, I mean, honestly, I already said my side of the story, which is like, it was shocking. It was like, I've been very transparent with everything, just so you know. And you're my guest of honor. So I hope that everyone is chill or whatever. But I was very transparent in right away when you DM'd me. I wasn't like, oh, really? I was like, I asked you for so many receipts of everything. And you literally one after the other, you didn't hesitate to give me a single thing. And I asked for a picture. I asked for text messages. I asked for all sorts of things. And you really like, you were easy to give it all. And it was a transparency that like made me believe you as time was going on. And I think
Okay, so real quick, what is going on in the video? The lady on the left is interviewing the lady on the right about a gentleman that she had a relationship with and the things that unfolded. Now, the reason why I'm covering this is because this is a cautionary tale for both sides, because what I'm not going to do here, when I unpack this thing, I'm not just going to talk about what the man did wrong, which is going to be evident very clear, very shortly. But I'm going to talk about what the woman on the right did wrong. And I'm going to talk about it because I've been that woman on the right. So we're going to talk about that. But I'm going to talk about what the man did wrong because particularly as it relates to being in these YouTube spaces of us who are who claim that we're here to help and to have better relationships, better outcomes. And part of that is being transparent and vulnerable, but definitely a part of it is being truthful about where you are in the process. And where you are in the process does not mean that you have got it all on lock. Because even though I'm grateful to have Mr. Randolph and I don't have relationship problems because we have disagreements, but we don't have relationship issues. There are still some things I'm working through individually. And because I'm working through those individually, it is incumbent upon me to make sure that I'm able to continue whatever internal fights I'm having, that I'm able to bring to him the best person that he deserves, that he's worthy of. That's being honest, open, sincere. Selfless. So the reason why I'm going to unpack this, and like I said, I don't plan to be here 3 hours. That will determine how much engagement I have, because I don't want to go through the whole video of 3 hours, but it's a lot to talk about here. So that's what's going on in the video, and we're about to get to it.
I explained to you before that like I wanted to get all my ducks in order and really get the full picture of what was happening before I went up to Angeles. So just so the chat understands, a couple of things had happened since I posted the first video. I didn't expect anything, but there's just some stupid things that he did. And it's like, I did tell him he buried his own grave because I didn't, unbeknownst, have this recording that I'm going to reveal today. I told him in our last conversation, I actually think it's in the recording that like, don't fuck with me. I have this recorded. What's your take on everything before we start?
Oh, so my take is he and I have dated well over a year. So I've been around since before he started the podcast. And we've been in a exclusive relationship. So it's just been he and I, supposedly. There's theories about that, but and it was just, as he started the podcasting, it just really was irritating, the things that he was saying, the things that he was telling other people to do.
What do you
But
mean?
he doesn't do, like, vet this person, you need to do this, or it's a red flag if if he doesn't pay for dinner, or if he doesn't if a man doesn't do X, Y, and Z for you, then he's not a real man, and this and that. Like, but it was literally everything that he said on any of his podcasts, it was literally the opposite of how he treated me in real life. And that's what irritated me the most was, okay, well, you say that you do X, Y, and Z, but yet you haven't paid for one dinner since we've been together.
So what did he pay for?
One lunch
I'm
date.
asking you the question. Yeah, so I'm asking you the question. I know the story, but it's for everybody else.
Right. Yeah, I got you. Like literally, well, I mean, and the thing about it is I literally had to think about it. I mean, over the year and a half that we dated, he's paid for maybe one lunch date, like at Moe's, which isn't very expensive anyway. But that's literally about it. He has went and say like bought some groceries and cooked dinner a couple of times, but those groceries were also bought on the food, the EBT food stamp card. So technically the government paid for dinner that night. So yeah. But other than that, like, I mean, he literally paid for nothing in a year and a half.
Got it. And during that year and a half, did you ever lend him money? Did you pay for things?
Let's see. I paid for him a complete birthday trip for the weekend that he and I went on. We went to Pensacola Beach. Had a nice hotel, walk out onto the, right at the water. We got down there, we went and had lunch, then we went and had a massage, set up to have couples massage done. Then, went out to dinner later that night. The next morning, go to breakfast. Like all this I paid for. I drove, paid for the gas, like you name it, I paid for it. So I had also prior to the trip, I had gotten him like a bottle of wine, a card, some flowers. And he had asked me, I think, for time for his phone or something, maybe like a phone card. So like I had already got all of that and gave him something, you know what I mean?
Right. So sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Clue Channel. Okay. This woman, Sandy, is talking about all the things that the money that she spent on her boyfriend. Now, here's the problem with that. I shared in my video the other day, being vulnerable and transparent. The problem with us women and men who are good men and women, excuse me, we are vulnerable and transparent to the wrong people. There's nothing wrong doing the things that she did unless there's a spirit of reciprocity. And there's obvious, as we know that right now, there is none. So then it becomes, you say that you're with this person for a year and a half and they've never paid for anything except a one lunch or whatever. And then you say that they bought groceries and made dinner, but technically the government paid for it. But you still continue to to rock with that. And it's not about the financial piece if that person is endeavoring to do better, because see, let me tell you, like I said, I've been that woman on the right. And I've been that woman on the right as late as age 49. Yeah, I'm talking about the relationship that ended violently. And the reason that I was in that situation as late as 49, because why? I did not know what I was worth. I did not value myself more. I knew better. I knew better. I overlooked shit. I made excuses for shit. She talked about how she sent him on did a birthday thing for him because she's trying to prove that she's a good woman. So if I can show him I'm a good woman, he'll act right. I did the same thing. Listening to the guy talk about how bad the other women were and how they mistreated him. So what do? I paid for a trip for his son to come from where he was staying to Dallas for Christmas. Let me show him. And what did he do for me? Nothing. But whose fault is that? It's mine. It's mine. Let's go.
From that, it was he was being he had quit working. He was lying to me.
When did he quit working?
Literally the year and a half that we were together, I would say collectively he probably worked maybe 4 months altogether in a year and a half time. He literally would start a job, work for a little bit, and then claim that something happened and this and that, but he would never go out and find another job or any of that. So it just got to the point to where he was behind in bills, and then he was like, I paid like a $300 something cable bill. He told me it was like 100 and something, but what he failed to realize is he also had to pay for the month that was coming up due or something like that. I don't know, but it ended up being like $300 and something I paid for.
See, so he didn't fail to realize it. He didn't fail to realize it. He knew. But he also knew that you take care of it. He didn't fail to realize it. He just knew you'd take care of it.
It's easy to say that like you paid for pretty much everything, right?
Oh yeah, I supported his household and mine.
Okay. And when you guys would go out to eat, you were basically the one paying.
Oh yeah, I mean, like anytime we went out to eat, he didn't even look at the check. He slid it right over to me, like no hesitation. He wouldn't even. Can
you tell the oyster story?
Do what?
Can you tell the oyster story?
Oh, the oyster story. Oh, okay. So we had to make a trip to Mobile to go get my other car from down there. So we, I needed somebody obviously to drive it back. And at the time, I didn't have anybody else really I could do it. So anyhow, he offered to go down there. So we go down to Mobile, and there's a restaurant down there that I really like to go to. So I was like, this is a good seafood place because, down Mobile, you got the bay, so it's fresh seafood and all that. So anyhow, so we started this restaurant, and out of respect, the waitress was like, telling us how much the market price was for oysters, because oysters are a seasonal, they're a seasonal market price or whatever. So she was like, oh, well, just let he wanted to order the
Okay, let me be clear. Let me be as clear as I possibly can be. Hold on a minute. Let me be as clear as I possibly can be. I'm not bashing this woman, nor will I allow you to do it. I'm not bashing this man, nor will I allow you to do it. we are taking this opportunity to learn, because everybody gets there at different place at different times. So for those of you who got it early, good on you. Good on you. I'm sick of this shit. People come up in here, act like they so self-righteous. If you got it all online, get the fuck out. I'm here to really help people. Not to make jokes and put people down. That's not why I'm here. And if that's why you can get the fuck out. It is obvious. Yes, she was desperate. So was I. And why was I desperate? Because I didn't know my own worth. Why are these men desperate? Because they don't know their own worth. And apparently, they didn't have anybody speaking life into them to know that they were worth more. But what you're not going to do over here. So get to stepping. I'm not here for that. I'm sick of this shit. You go to these panels and everybody act like they got shit on lock. You don't know what's going on in people's real lives. Nor do they have to tell you. But if you're going to sit there and walk lockstep with them, you better have some motherfucking proof that they living up to what you follow. And yeah, you got me. I'm here for it this morning. Some motherfucking proof. Now what you got? No, it's not self-righteous. I'm talking about people who want to go in these chats and make fun of people's mistakes, their flaws. If you haven't been there, good for you. Good for you. Good that you don't have to experience the pain that women like her, like me, like this young man's going to talk about later. Good for you. But everybody ain't there. Yes, she was desperate. It is obvious. So was I. But it ain't no, yes, she was desperate. Ha, ha, ha. The fuck? It's not funny. It's sad. But like I said in my video a couple of days, she didn't get there overnight. Neither did I.
Oysters for an appetizer. Now, I don't even eat oysters, and he knows this. And she's like, well, you know, the dozen is like $16.99 or something like that. And he's like, okay, that's fine. Like, didn't even look at me and say, hey, babe, is that okay? Like, didn't even care about the person who was paying for it. So he ordered like, you know.
Because you didn't require him to. You didn't require him to, honey. You had said, let me tell you something. A wise woman once said to me, shout out to my mama, again, not listening because she got a lot of things wrong and I felt like I didn't need to listen to her. The way you start a relationship is the way it's going to be. The way you start a relationship is the way it's going to be. You started paying for shit. I started paying for shit. I set it up that way. You set it up that way. So no, he wasn't going to look and say, ask if it was okay, because you had already done it. You didn't require him to.
So he spent just as much on his appetizer as I did on my entree. Not to mention, then he also ordered, you know, a high dollar entree as well. Like every time we would go out to eat, he would always order something pretty expensive on the menu, knowing he wasn't going to be the one paying for it.
Dude, you're like a sugar mama. Can you sugar mama me?
Well, you know, I think this really just closed that business down. He
That's
just
good.
ruined
You
it for
shouldn't-
anybody.
No, and it's good because it's all of this crap, like all this is based off of being the best version of yourself. And like you and I have talked, and you've been dealing with some health issues, and you've been working on losing weight and being healthy and active and doing things for yourself. You already have your money straight. Like I've talked to a lot of guys that just describing you would be like, oh my God, like what the hell? She's like a catch by just on personality and what you brought to the table. You were basically taking care of him when he didn't have anything and he was getting evicted, right?
Yeah. The first time, because he was going through eviction twice actually. So the first time he had asked me, and I literally was going on a cruise to Alaska, and he is sitting here begging me for money. I'm like, dude, I'm literally going on a trip, so I want to make sure I have my funds for my trip before I let you borrow my money and me not have money to enjoy my trip. You know, he is literally like begging me, and he is like,
Let me look at a couple of comments. You know what? We don't do that over here though. So I don't give a fuck what people do over there. We don't do that over here. So I'm not allowing it over here. People go to those other places to clown. I don't do that. So I'm not allowing it over here. I'm not allowing it over here. I don't care what they do or y'all. I don't do it over here. So I'm not allowing it over here. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not allowing it over here. Yes. You heard my dad talk about it. I'm very upfront about it because I want to help women to say, okay, that's me. I've been that. I mean, you know, I don't do that over here. So I'm not allowing it over here. That's oh God damn. That's what's crazy. That's what's crazy. There are places you can spew all of that. It's just not here. It's just not here. It's a place where you can jump on the bandwagon and say, yeah, they did this, so I'm going, but that's not here. It's not here. Yeah, so she chose to be with a bum. End of conversation. And like I said, you choose based on your perception of self. Or you allow certain things based on your perception of self. So please, like I said, if all y'all can get out of what I'm trying to present is that please leave. Please. And for those of you who've never experienced, good on you. And I hope you never do. I hope you never experience that. But there are some men and some women who have. There are some men who have been finessed by women and taking advantage of women, doing the same thing that this woman did, trying to prove I'm not like her other guy. Just like this. I hope you never experience that. I hope that your sense of self has always been to know what you're worthy of. But by listening to the conversations on both ends of the spectrum, from men as well as women, it is obvious many are not that fortunate. That's what I'm here. It's a learning session. And see, again, it goes back to the transparency versus vulnerability. I'm transparent with y'all because, again, in the crazy thing about it, a person like me will be transparent, saying, well, shit, she only ended up with him because she couldn't get nobody else. Okay, let's go with that. Does that negate the work that I did to get it right? So I could help somebody else so they don't have to? You see what I'm saying? Let's go with that. Hell, I told you myself. After 40, when my daughter went off to college, I started like, I'm not getting hit on as much because I always used to get hit on. Okay, it's a grow your real moment. So that means that because I got it late, I should just shrivel up and die and keep my mouth shut because I'm lucky? Kiss my ass. All of it. I got something to teach. I got something to share. Y'all making me curse this morning, like I said, like the poet DMX said. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me act a fool up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me go all out up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my cool up in here. Thank you, Courtney Michelle. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there are places for that. It's just not over here. You can make comments, questions, all that. But I'm not doing it over here for people just to make fun of. There are plenty of places for that. It's just not here. Because let me be clear. Hold on. Let me be clear. This is a hobby for me. Because like you heard Mr. Randolph say on Saturday, when he said, when he retired me, he said, if I can do some good and make a difference, do it. That's why I'm here. This, the little money I'm gonna make is cute. Maybe go buy a little trinket or something for my grandchildren. I appreciate that, but that ain't why I'm here. That's not why I'm here. So I will not suffer the ridiculousness over here. There are plenty of places in the YouTube sphere for that. It just ain't here. If you want to learn and grow from not just stuff I read, stuff I heard, but stuff I've lived, then that's why you're here over here. That's what we're doing over here. So you don't have to be in your 40s or be 49 and wonder how in the hell did I get here? So Sandy, if you listen, I'm talking to you, honey. Because again, like I said, men and women can see the low self-esteem like a beacon in the night. No matter how pretty you dress it, they can see it They can smell it. Yeah, you got to put your requirement up front. And I didn't with that gentleman. And the bottom line, I saw the red flags day one. Day one. And convinced myself it was orange. Was it yellow, orange? Day one. But the lies we tell ourselves. Well, okay. Yeah. I try to understand the why too, and see, because again, like I said, you don't get to be 55 unscathed. And like I said, you know, growing up, my mom was trying to tell me certain things, but I didn't listen to her. And so when I come to platforms like this and I share my experiences, I'm sharing it because some young women and middle-aged women like myself may say, gosh, my mom tried to tell me that too and I didn't listen. Maybe I should have. Or the women in their 20s and 30s, you know, my mom, you know, aunts, they're trying to tell me these things because they don't want me to have the same result, but I'm not listening. And I'm hearing another lady that I don't even know say the same thing. So maybe there's something to that. Yeah, you know, my therapist, shout out to therapy, told me we teach people how to treat us. In other words, we determine how a person treats us. You don't hear me say, y'all have never heard me say all the stuff that, yeah, I did this for them. I allowed it. I can talk about it, but he couldn't have done none of that had I not allowed it. He couldn't have done any of it had I not allowed it. Whatever justification I want to give myself. Let me see what else we got. I'm getting behind. Okay, she can't be with a man who has all his stuff together because she would have no leverage. Well, you know, I don't agree with that. But the sad part about it, I don't think she thinks it's leverage. I didn't. I thought I was using I genuinely thought I was using my resources to be of support. I don't know anything about this woman, you know, but I don't think that she thought, you know, again, if I'm going to use myself as an example, I don't think I thought that I was using my resources as leverage. I just thought, to be honest, I was more, I had been afforded more opportunities. So I'm not going to look down on someone who didn't have, because to talk about this thing about the job, the guy that I was with, when I met him, ironically, he had just been fired because he had gotten sick, and he was very sick. I remember that. He had gotten very ill, and he wasn't faking, because I took him some soup and all that kind of stuff, but he had lost his job because he missed too many days. And I said to myself, again, going to how we justify things in our mind, I said, well, you know, and he was, okay, I was 49. So he had to be 50, 51. And he, according to him, and again, I don't know if it's true, but according to him, he had only been here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area less than a year. Again, I hadn't done my due diligence. So And I said to myself, I said, well, I don't know what it's like not to have a paycheck, because I had been in the military for all those years, then went straight into the federal service. So I knew. So I'm like, I don't know what it's like not to know which direction my career is going, because since I was in my late 20s. So again, not wanting to feel like I'm looking down on him. Let me help. Let me support. I didn't look at it, I didn't think of it as leverage. I thought I was helping and supporting, but God helps those who help themselves. I thought I was supporting. Sounds good. Sounds good. What was Minka fake name reason for? No, she didn't. I don't know who she is. She didn't send this to me. She didn't send this. I don't even know who she is. I had never seen her before until I saw this. And if I had seen her, I didn't know I had seen her. She didn't send me this. What prompted this energy? Because I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of people, on their high horses, thinking that they got it on lock, and we don't know what's going on in their own lives. And that's what I'm talking about. Who's being real and who's faking it? We don't know. And that's the problem. I mean, not the problem, because we don't have to disclose everything that's going on. We don't. But if we profess to be something and we are touting that this is how we are in relationship, where's the fruit? You will know them by their fruit, and not necessarily in my own personal life. If I was single and I'm saying what I had done wrong, the fruit is if someone has happened, someone reaches out to me, men and women, said, you know what, thank you for sharing this. Because of this, I was able to do this. That's the fruit. Like I said, I don't know. It says, I've seen this woman on the left bash another female content creator like Chantel did. I don't know anything about this woman. And I don't know anything about this woman. I was just compelled to talk to you all about the video because I've seen this. I've seen it in me. But what we're going to see in a moment is that the person that she's talking about is a male content creator who is in these spaces, talks about how women should be to men. I mean, men should be to women. But by this woman on the right saying, you're talking about this, but this is not how you're treating me. And the woman on the left was a podcast business partner with this gentleman. Not in a relationship, not an intimate, but a business relationship. Like I said, I don't know either one of these women. But when I was watching this last night, I was dumbfounded. I was dumbfounded. All right, let's get to it, because it's a lot of comments. I can't keep up with them, but thank you, Lord. Thank y'all. Yeah, ain't nothing funny to me. So again, you listen, if I got any mods in here, I think I got a couple. If there is, like I said, I'm here to teach. I'm here to help learn and grow. Anything that is not productive to the furtherance of the conversation about how we can learn and grow, kick them out. Kick them out. Kick them out.
Okay, well, I can just wait till you get back then. And this, like, it was almost like an inconvenience for him to wait for me to get back from my trip. And I ended up letting him borrow. It was like $2,000 because he was behind, I think, 3 months on his rent. And then some of his bills and all that. So, like, literally, I let him borrow $2,000 with the stipulation that whenever he started working, he would start paying back. Okay, that's cool. He didn't start working for probably another 3 months. And then he started working. And instead of him paying me back any money, he posts on Facebook how he went and bought him a Christmas present to himself, a cam for his podcast stuff. It's like $150. So you can go buy all that for your podcast, but you can't pay me back even $5 of my money.
You didn't require it.
And how does he owe you money now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he hasn't paid back anything that he's ever got from me for any of his bills I've ever paid for anything.
So you paid his bills too?
Yeah, I mean, I paid his cable bill twice.
Bitch, I didn't know that shit. What the fuck? God damn it.
Yeah, I paid his cable bill twice. I bought him numerous phone cards so that he could like use the internet or whatever, or use his data or whatever. I don't even know what he was doing because he wasn't using his phone to call me.
So, okay, look, I got to stop right there.
And then like there were
got rid of his. I was wondering why he got rid of his phone.
Okay, Sandy, you're saying these things cavalierly. And I understand the mask that we put up like it's no big deal. But it is a big deal. It's a big deal. Everything you're talking about, you allowed him to do. And I'm going to go out on a limb. He's not the first one that you allowed to do it. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say, maybe occasionally he said some nice words to you and you felt, well, let me just hold out a little bit longer. The nice words are cute, but what did the action show? You, by your own admission, the action showed you that it was inconsistent. So why do we stay? You said a year and a half. I was with this guy 6 months, and that was 5 months too long.
Period of time where he's like, I'm getting rid of my phone. I don't use it, blah, 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 blah.
Because I think after that, he actually started using some kind of like, I don't know if it was a state-funded phone or something, because it would, like, whenever it come up on my caller ID, it would literally be like a different number every time he called. So, like, I really don't even know what he ended up using, you know. Like, when we first were starting dating and everything, and, like, literally, he wouldn't even have the phone in the same room, like, you know. At first, I was like, okay, well, maybe that's being respectful or something.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward because we need to get in. I want to get into the video that she's talking to him. Minka is talking to Gray Pill Podcast. And this is where the peanut gets chewy.
I don't want never ever you think it or even say, because I like real talk, I will get in my feelings about that one. I promise you, I always do. I always do.
Okay, hold on. Let me back it up a little bit.
You know what it might be? Hold on.
It cannot. Like, you gotta find time, not 2-3 days. We gotta have that conversation.
Yeah, no, you have every right to do it. Even like, let's say I had said,
You had said that you wanted to cover the Johnny Depp thing on Monday, and you had texted me, or you had said that.
I just need to know. That's all I'm saying. The only reason I'm going
The
for.
issue I have is that we've had this conversation multiple times. Yeah. So there's one more thing.
Sure.
Do you have a girlfriend?
I am dating somebody. I don't have a girlfriend.
Who are you dating?
Two. One by the name of Karen and Kia.
Okay.
Okay.
So, who's Sandy?
Oh, somebody I used to mess around with.
So you don't anymore.
Mm-mm.
Because she DM'd me saying she's your girlfriend.
No, I don't know why she do that. This is somebody I met like 2 years ago when me and my ex had broke up.
Okay. So what she told me was that you guys have been together and that she's the one that has an issue with the whole wifey thing, and that you told her that you can't control what I say. And that, like, just a bunch of stuff. And so you're saying. So. This was the exact moment that he realized that he fucked up. This was the exact moment. I don't think you've ever heard him like blatantly deny you as in this way, right?
No. And those are two girls' names that I've never heard of before. I don't know if he just made them up on the spot or if that was actually something that he was doing unbeknownst to me. I do know at one point that he spent an entire weekend at somebody's house. He couldn't give an answer for or anything like that. So that could.
Okay. I feel like Joe Pesci. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. This is how we play ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. But she is the subject of this conversation as it relates to right now. We justify the bullshit that we know that our spotty senses are tingling. And like, this shit ain't right. But we say, we listen to the bullshit. What do you mean, TJ? I'm glad you asked. It's embarrassing, but I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know, because I'm on the other side and I need y'all to understand this. There are fools, but ain't nothing like an old fool, and I was one. Ain't nothing like an old fool. But you can be an old fool when you don't have a sense of self. The gentleman I was dating, because after he was sick and lost his job, guess what? He got kicked out of his place, had nowhere to go. So I had a 3-bedroom house. You can come and stay with me until you get on your feet. Yeah. You can come stay with me till you get on your feet. So a couple of things he asked me to look for something in one of the boxes that I had in my garage. So as I was going through it, I came across something to me looked like a crack pipe. No. It was a pipe, but I didn't know what it was exactly. So I sent a picture to one of my brothers, because my brother used to have a crack addiction. And I said, what is this? Now I had an idea what it was, but I wanted to get verification. I said, what is this? And he told me what it was. So what do? I talked to him about it. And what does he say to me? Well, I was renting a room in that house. You know, I was renting a room in that house. So, and everybody kept their stuff in the garage. So somebody else must have put it in there. What did I do? Believe that shit? That's what I did. Because I'm saying, well, it's possible that could happen because, you know, there were other people renting rooms in that house. So that makes sense. That's possible. That's possible. Hold on, please. Okay. So, I mean, I said to myself, well, you know, it's possible. So what? I dismissed it. Like she did. Like she did. Let's go.
Could be one of the females that he could have been possibly saying he was dating, I guess. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, honestly, but like we have been in a relationship. Like we started back talking around probably November, December of 2020. And we were in an exclusive relationship shortly after his birthday of 21, which is the end of April. So, and this was obviously well after any of that timing. So
I haven't even asked the question. How long were you guys together? Before we get back into the video, how long were you guys together?
You know, like I said, we started back talking around November, December of 2020 because no, it was probably a little bit sooner because he reached out to me when I was going through my grandmother being in the hospital, and that was between August and November of 2020 because she passed in November of 2020. And at that time, we had started back speaking to each other.
Let's continue.
I met 2 years ago.
So you're saying, so this was the exact moment that he realized
Okay,
that.
I'm sorry. Let me go a little bit further. Okay, let's go.
So this is what she told me, is that you guys have been together for a year. She has a key to your house.
The only person I have a key to my house is my cousin.
So you're saying this is like completely fucking not true?
Correct. Just like the girl that, what's her name? The girl I told you about when we first started doing our podcast, and I said she came over and then she had a boyfriend/husband. She came over, supposed to hang out for the night, didn't, gave me the church finger, left outside, said she was on the phone. I left outside to go talk to her. She's not there in the porch. I go outside in the back of the yard in the driveway, I don't see a car. Then she tells me that her boyfriend / ex-husband was threatening my life, but she was going to the cops in Dothan, which is another town over, to report him. I said, okay, cool. Well, are you there now? She's like, yes. I said, well, number one, it's my life he threatened, so put him on the phone, the officer on the phone, and we can talk. And she's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I said, okay, well then I don't see what's the point of you leaving. So that went on off and on for a minute, and then she'll block me, unblock me, block me again, unblock me. And then come to find out whatever's going on with her and the ex-husband, whatever he is, was, I don't know, it was a lot. So I just pretty much left that alone.
I gotta pause it here because it's like how I podcast. If I'm like responding in the chats and I'm looking down. In this moment, I was texting with Sandy.
And it sounded like this is with this one. Because even when me and Mary was dating for 2 years and she was living with me, someone I dated before sent like messages and stuff, and I had to call the cops on that person. So the fact you're telling me this about Sandy, I will make sure that get corrected.
What's to get corrected?
And when was this that was sent?
This week.
Okay, that will get corrected.
My face. Sorry. Not sorry.
It's like, I want to have this conversation. It's not just like that will be corrected. Like she's saying a lot of details and like that she like just took you out for your birthday.
I've been home on my birthday, except I went out to the grocery store, but then I got your food, because if I didn't, the cat would have got it. Because it was left on my stairs, and I'm in the country. Well, not in the country, I'm in a small town.
Let's just skip through a little
You
bullshit.
don't work and that she pays.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, I have screenshots of your texting with her from this month, Angela. So I'm not. This is shocking, the stuff that she's saying. But did I go and like tell anybody? No. Did I go and do anything? No. I'm having a conversation with you instead.
Mhm.
That's how I would want you to treat it as well, to try and get to the bottom of it.
Yeah,
Because
but I personally wouldn't, like me personally, I can care less. You're down there, I'm up here. My response would be, why are you even talking to me? Talk to her.
I just want to make sure everybody got that. Why are you even talking to me? Talk to her. Okay.
Just like whoever reached out to Primal, and I know you don't know that, and that's quote unquote drama. Somebody reached out to Primal, and then they reached out to me to get the Primal.
Okay, so I don't, like I said, I've made it clear, I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of these people. What I am saying is what I've seen from when I watched it and heard it last night. There are some lessons to be learned here. There are some lessons to be learned. How many of us women and men, we think, in our understanding, because we convinced ourselves we're in a relationship only and we know the person is denying us. But then they say, no, I'm not denying you. But the difference is now you can catch people in their bull crap in real time. So, again, I'm not absolving Sandy from anything. As a matter of fact, I'm more on her than him. Because like my therapist said, we teach people how to treat us. We teach people how to treat us. It's not about spending money, because again, it's nothing wrong with spending money on someone that you care about if it is some reciprocity, as long as you're not the only one giving. And if you're the only one giving, you need to ask yourself why. And don't lie to yourself and say, oh, well, they're just not in the position right now. Let me tell you something. People do what's important to them. Y'all heard about, even though it was just a month, it was a little long, it was just a little over a month, and Mr. Randolph had lost a job when the company went bankrupt, but I had my surgery. He took care of everything for me. For that brief time that he was unemployed, I took care of the financial piece, but he took care of everything for me. Everything. That's what I'm talking about. Reciprocity. He didn't ask for nothing. I had to make him do some things. Because, because that's the kind of man he is. But what he lacked during that time when I shouldered the majority of the financial responsibility, he did everything else. Everything. And when he was able to get back in the driver's seat, he glowed me real. Not growed, glowed. Glowed. Showered me. You understand? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
And I'm like, well, Primal's information here, talk to Primal.
No idea
Or
what
like
you're talking
Poppy,
about.
somebody come to Poppy to me, which that's been going on. Go talk to Poppy, don't talk to me.
Right, except this hill is, that's why I'm so transparent. I say whatever the fuck happened, how it happened, if I'm in the wrong, if someone, like that guy I went on a date with and like everyone kept asking, what happened with him? It was a great time. The first one, not my person, not good for me, whatever. The second one, I kept saying, I messed up. Right? And it's, so if hypothetically, having the dialogue, if this was true, that would be an issue for my morals. So that's why I'm having a conversation with you, because I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Like, what the fuck is going on? Because it's also the internet, and you can't believe everything on the internet. So it's just it. But at the same time, like you're saying, you're not with her, but like she's sent me screenshots of you guys DMing like about the relationship this month.
Okay. And like I told you, when I get a hold of her, and if that'll set your moral compass on the even playing field, then I will get a hold of her and address this in another fashion.
See, in my mind,
this is literally like,
in my mind, this is where a three-way conversation would have ensued. Yeah. That's when a three-way conversation would have been gauged. In my mind, I would say, well, just get her on the phone now. Let's talk about it. Now, in Sandy's mind, she knows good and damn well what time it is. She knows that that he was denying her. Again, the lies we tell ourselves. Again, I'm not bashing. I've been her. How we justify our shit. Well, maybe it's really not like, no, it's exactly what you think. You don't want to come to terms with it. I didn't, but it's exactly what you think. Because I've said it once, I've said it again, I've said many times, Tan, if you're in here, you've seen me and my family in action. Mr. Randolph loved him some me, and I love me some him. And there's no doubt about it. He's a man of few words, but his actions speak large.
couple days and to take a nap, then show what's going on with the job situation. Didn't you have an interview
So this is what you texted him, and I'm just reading it to him.
or something? Good afternoon, love. How's your day? Yeah, I got heavy rain, etc. No rain today. But like the other ones that I read were March or May 25th through Saturday.
So I was reading the text messages that she had sent, Sandy had sent me, proving that what he just said was a lie, that he is seeing her, that they do have constant communication, that I have a bunch of screenshots that prove that he's in a relationship with this woman, and all he keeps saying is, I'll address it, I'll address it, I'll address it. That's something that I'll address.
Like I said, I'll deal with that on my end.
No, it's not about it's not about dealing with it on your end. What's going on?
Right, it's because that's something close to me, and I don't like stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And my name is in it, so.
Right, but these are text messages that you are going back and forth with her, and I have even more. But relocating and everything, and like it's. The way that it looks is that you have a girlfriend that you don't claim, that I don't know what's going on over there, but it does not look good. To me, just straight out after seeing everything, knowing you, I was having a fucking internal struggle of what the fuck to do. Because on paper, it looks like you are the guy using some girl for whatever reasons and keeping her at bay, not making her important, not respecting her. And I don't care what people do in their personal life, but on the gray pill, what you represent and what you portray is this gentleman, amazing guy, all these things. And so the issue that I have is, I have told you before, everything that a human does in the dark always comes to light. Look at Duke and Don, look at Allende, look at all this shit. And what I'm feeling is like, is this one of those situations?
Okay, and I'm telling you respectfully, 100%, and to God and my grandmother, it is not. Somebody I messed with in the past.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. Hear me. When someone puts hand, I put that on my child. I put that on my grandmother. I ain't got to put nothing on shit. I ain't got to put nothing on shit. It is or it ain't. I ain't got to put nothing on shit. I'm not blowing up my spot. I'm not blowing up. No. That's what? The hell? Let's go.
On my grandmother.
Oh,
You okay?
oh yeah, I'm great.
No, she's not.
You sure? Okay.
No, she's not.
You want to?
Oh, it's just all lies, obviously.
Oh no, so this video is basically him going from this part to me having to prove and shove it in his face for him to finally admit what the fuck was going on. So that's why I'm not going to open up the panel yet. We're going to get to that part, and then we'll open it up and we'll continue watching.
Yeah.
Please stirring up some trouble. I've been that, and that happened to me before when I was in a real serious relationship with somebody for 2 years consistently. Didn't work out. After it didn't work out, anybody, she was one of them, told everybody from the beginning, broken busy. I don't want to be bothered with anybody. So I took up to 6 months, whether somebody came up and we was either
God, my hair was so long.
whatever. I was honest with everybody. So from that point up to now, not looking for anything serious. The last person I was dating, it became a drama fest. And when it became a drama fest, it's not going to work out. And that's where, at that point, what that one came out to. Because that one I did tell you about, and that's probably the same person. When I said, hey, I got to end this person because they're harping over your words, whatever. Now, as far as me use anybody, the only person's use anybody is me being used when, not saying you personally, but me being super nice all the fucking time, me being the good guy all the fucking time, and like, I'm sick of it. So that's just how I feel about it.
And this is what I learned from the black pill. It's called simp hunting.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you're not living over here, so I'm just telling you what I do every day. Like, if I go and just open doors, I'm not saying expect for thank you, but I just feel like people just generally assholes. This is why I keep to myself. This is why I have my small, selective people friends. Majority of my actual friends is over the globe. my homeboy doing contract work in North Carolina, South Carolina, my other homeboy that was on as a guest, Deuce, is in Germany.
Okay. This is what I learned also. And men, this is a cautionary tale for you. When anyone, women and men, when people are over explaining, there's some shit in the game. When people are over explaining, there is some shit in the game. Dragnet for my old heads. Just the facts. Just only the facts. There's some shit in the game. And if we are to presuppose that, okay, that he told her what it is, and she was okay with that. She's responsible for being okay with that. She's responsible for being okay with, he told you that he ain't in it to win it. He just, this is what he just wants to F. You got to take that. And you got to take that if he tells you he just wants to F, and he says to you that he only deals with us. He's on a podcast or in multiple streams saying he only deals with X kind of women that are slim, this, that, and the other, and you know that's not you. He's telling you that he wants women and telling men to get women like you're not. Yes, you're giving, yes, you're kind, but all these other attributes you're not possessing, then why are you there? And why are we giving them a chance to explain something that their actions show contrary? We do that because our sense of self is not where it needs to be, and we allow stuff that we know better.
Other homeboys in Texas, my cousins that's like pretty much statewide. That's pretty much where I'm at. Work, home, podcast, which that's even taking up even more of my time, and home again.
But okay, so like this, please stop being onto every word on the TV. You and I have better things to focus on. You can't control it, but you can address the conversation with her. Like, it's like you're scared to have the conversation. You said it's been addressed. Me and you discussed this. Like,
All right, I had to pause it there because my computer is it's a long ass video. So let's go back here for a second. Sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. The hell? Okay. You okay?
Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't even bother me anymore. I mean, it's the realization that I had to come to that I knew a long time ago that I was basically being used, and I was probably a fool for staying as long as I did. I have had friends witness how he talks to me over the phone and stuff like that, deflects conversations, just, not very pleasant at all. And I stayed because, I mean, I did love him. I mean, even now, I mean, I still do care about him as a person, I guess, but I mean, it is what it is. But it was more so the fact.
Okay, so let's stop right there. She said that she stayed because she loved him. What did you love? Did you love what he showed you, or did you love the idea of him? I told you I need some more coffee. I knew it was going to be a lot. Did you love what he was showing you, or did you love the idea of him? Okay. And I think we do that. Men and women, We don't love what's being shown. We love the idea of what we believe it could be. That's what we love, what we believe the idea it could be. We know better, or we should. I'm getting some more coffee. I told you I need it. It's real. We're in the deep water today. And then she says, and here's the thing that I'm struggling. I'm not even gonna struggle with. Let's just keep it out there. I guess I'm a fool for saying, no, you were. Not I guess, you were. And the reason you were is because you have not admitted what you think about yourself. Okay, L. Nixon is saying, as men, sometimes we don't make our intentions known, but when we really want you, you won't have to guess. Absolutely, it's that simple. You can't change a man. He changes when he's ready, and don't waste your time. Listen, very good point. Mr. Randolph said when we did our show the other day, shout out to my baby. He said, if you're not interested in somebody, don't waste your time. He said, don't waste their time. Don't waste their time. And here's the piece, because what we want them wasting hours. No, we wouldn't. Let me tell you something. From the time, I'm older, so let's take me out of it. From the time my daughter met my son-in-law to the time they got engaged, they've been together less than a year. Then once they got engaged, they were married within 6 months of that. They went to the courthouse. They got married, they got legally married in September 2018 and had their ceremony in June 2019. They had been married for over 6 months and none of us knew it. But he was serious about it. He was serious about her. She was serious about him. So they in their 20s. Let's fast forward to me and Mr. Randolph. Again, I was crazy. 2 weddings in 2 months. My daughter's wedding was June 2019. My wedding was August 2019. Crazy. But from the time me and Mr. Randolph met to the time we got engaged, we had known each other for 6 months. From the time we met each other to the time we got married, we had known each other for 10. That's simple. But here's the thing. Back when I did not know my own self-worth, I convinced myself just like this woman did, that it took a long time. That it took a long time for them, for us to get to a point where we want to get married. It don't take that long. And along the way, the whole time he showed me he was serious about me. The whole time my son-in-law showed my daughter he was serious about her. But see, and again, going back to 49. And see, that's what we talk about. A woman, I'll use myself as an example. I had all the accoutrements of success. Smart, intelligent, beautiful, because I am. Go-getter, have my own stuff. But still, there's a part, but it masked what I really thought about myself. Because if I thought more about myself, I wouldn't have allowed certain things. Not just with the guy that I dated before Mr. Randolph, but other guys prior to. Let's go.
That, I loved him, and I knew the person that I had met previously whenever we were just a hookup. Like, I thought at some point he would realize that I'm not like his ex. I'm not there for his money. I'm not there for him to do this or to do, like, I'm not trying to move in with you. I've got my own place. You know, I mean, I have a kid that I have raised by myself. Like, I've worked the same job for over 4 years. Picked up a second job at one point. Like, I mean, I'm all about my money. And for him to just keep just sucking it out of me, like, I just thought that maybe one day he would realize that I wasn't like everybody else. And he would snap out of it and be the person that he used to be. Which is why I stayed as long as I did. Which in hindsight was probably the worst mistake. I should have walked away.
Yeah, but you know what it's the same thing that I say on the video, the same thing I say everywhere, is that life is a big giant lesson and you learn from it. However long it took you to learn from the lesson with Angelus, or Carlos as we like to call him here now, because that's his real name, because you actually found the like past due notices and the eviction notices that show his name. Actually, if you could pull one of those up and text it to me so I can pull it up in a minute, that'd be cool. I think some people want to see that.
Okay, so she says that she was hoping that he would see that I'm not like his ex. Well, okay. But chances are he knew that you weren't. Yes, it is about Grape Hill Podcast, sis. He knew that you weren't. But men do that too. But see, here's the vicious cycle. Because men get in relationships trying to convince a broken woman that he's not like her previous experience. Isn't the same thing here. I'm hoping I can show him that I'm not like his ex. But here's the thing: how do we know what the exes really did? We don't. And somebody last night, shout out to Crew Season, talked about, and again, we put old issues on new faces, and I'm paraphrasing. So we don't even give ourselves a chance. We put our baggage on the new person that's coming along. But also we're wearing our brokenness like a beacon, and it's drawing people to us. People have been saying time and time again, you are who you attract. And that's a fact. I don't think he's doxing this man. And again, but I think it is highlighting some behavior that happens. It happens. And we need to learn from this. We need to learn from this. Because again, y'all hear me go, I'm not going hard on Sandy, but I'm growing her as she's listening, because again, we do this to ourselves. I did it to myself. So when the shit finally hit the fan and I wanted the Negro out of my house and he wouldn't leave, and then it got violent, a scar that I wear on my knee to this day, I had to own that shit. I owned it. And I had to take off 2 months, not to only deal with the physical scars that relationship ended with, but the emotional scars and the mental scars that I carried that led to the relationship in the first place. I'm not hearing none. I'm not hearing none yet. I keep saying, I guess I'm a fool. I guess I was. You are a fool. You were a fool. What are you going to do about it? And I'm speaking, rhetorically, because I hope that you do something, because see, I had to do something about it. I had to do something. And I had to say to myself, how did I wait till I was 50 years old to end up in a physically abusive relationship? How did I do that? So the situation forced me to take a real hard look at myself. Because you just heard her say that friends have heard how he talked to her badly and stuff like that. I'm sure people tried to tell her, what are you doing? What are you doing? She wasn't listening. Y'all heard my daughter say, again, I'm transparent because I'm trying to grow y'all. I'm trying to grow you. You heard my daughter say she tried to get through to me. My mom tried to get through to me. My dad tried to get through to me. I wasn't listening. They saw him disrespect me in my own fucking house. They saw him talk down to me in my house. They saw him, well, they didn't know at the time, he pinning me up against my wall in my house. And I allowed it. They couldn't get through to me. So finally, even my own daughter said, I couldn't talk to my mom. It was like I didn't know who she was. This is not the mom I knew. Let's go.
I just needed, sorry guys, that I needed a second. My computer, I didn't realize I had like Photoshop and everything running on the back end. So the video kept lagging and I was just waiting for my stuff to cool down. But we will bring it back right now.
Turn their heads like, this is your platform of perspectives, not, hey, Angela's, tell me your life story. You don't give a fuck. That's stupid. Every word of disagreement on the matter. Get a TV show or movie deal. Heck, by all means, create your own platform via YouTube and run it like you want it. And you'll get from me, all you'll get from me is my opinion. Number one, my perspective, because all I have to offer. FYI, since you're so fucking hung up on her, everyone was discussing and talking about, doesn't matter who brought it up on a live, when behind the scenes it was something different. Was you listening when they were saying the opposite of having sex with big women? And I was like, really? I disagree. But then turn around in real time sleeping with you. I guess she's the blame for that also. So how can you tell someone what works for a relationship, yet you don't even practice this crap? Again, if you pay attention, I said, what works for me in my personal experience? And me and you discussed it because it was brought up. I voiced my opinion, suggested, and asked of you after that, just like all night at night. And this fucking AM, I'm talking, giving suggestions, advice, opinions. You're literally saying the opposite. Cannot make this shit up. People know I'm dating.
So just to clarify, this is me reading the text messages that you had sent to him. This is yours and Carlos's conversation, and you're calling him out for basically being a hypocrite in this manosphere area, claiming that he's this high value man, claiming that he likes all sorts of sex positions, claiming that he's a gentleman and pays for everything, and that he's a simp, when in reality, and also saying that he doesn't like big women, but then he's in a whole ass relationship with you, you're paying for everything. So you're calling him out at this point, right?
Yes, and it's not the first time either.
So this had happened like multiple times. All right.
And this is where we mess up. She said this is not the first time. It should have been a one and only. Because see, listen, you can do far more with silence than you can with words. And when you have a conversation, and I like to begin, I'm transparent, I'm trying to grow y'all today. When me and Mr. Randolph started dating, and again, we're getting to know each other. Both of us have been single, we're in our 50s, but again, it can go for any age because you don't know people and you find out what's okay and what's not. He had one conversation with me about something that bothered him. Guess what? We ain't had to have that conversation again. Likewise, we had a disagreement one time, and I didn't know it was a disagreement. And then he sent me a text that that he was bothered by something I had done. So immediately you send me this text, I'm gonna call you because see, we don't do texting. We too old for that. So I called him and he don't answer the phone. I'm calling him all night. So you know I didn't sleep worth a damn. We're still dating at the time. So the next time we talked, I said, listen, we can't do that. We can't do that. And he explained to me that he was upset and didn't want to talk because he might say something that he didn't want to say. And I'm like, I get that. I said, but we are too far from one another. You're on the road, I'm here. Anything can happen. Don't text me something, an ominous text, and then don't answer my phone calls. If you're going to send me an ominous text, say, you know, honey, I don't want to talk about it right now, but do not ignore me. We never had to have that conversation again. See, that's how that, so it's not we had this conversation before. Nope. Because again, if the person cares about you, you're not going to have to keep asking them the same thing. Because you matter to them. And they don't want you to feel a certain way. You don't have to keep having the same conversation. Yeah, obviously early on when you're getting to know each other, you don't know. But when that person makes clear to you what their concerns are and there's no changed behavior, then that's a signal to you. Again, I've been there. That fool. I told him I have PTSD from a bad car accident I had in 2004, where my head, had my boyfriend not taken the brunt of the accident, I might have been decapitated because he was driving my car. So every time I'm on the passenger side, I'm nervous if there's any sudden moves. I told this guy when we were dating that because he drives really fast in and out of traffic, and in and out of lanes, and I was just like a cat shaking. And I told him early on how it made me feel, made me nervous. That accident was in 2004. At the time we were dating, it was 2016, 17. I told him. He continues to drive that way. We're on our way to church, and I'm just nervous because he's not caring about what it made. I was so upset. So we going to church. I want y'all to hear me now. Because see, I'm vulnerable and I'm transparent. I want y'all to learn from me. Learn from me. Because I was an old fool. An old insecure fool putting on a mask like I had my shit on lock. We get to church, I'm pissed. I get out the car, and I'm walking in. He corners me in the church. Corners me in the church and says, and points his finger in my face and says, I'm a man and I don't need you to tell me this and I don't need you to tell me that. I know how to drive. And he said, you understand me. I said, yes. Now, can we go in here without me having to deal with your fucking attitude in the church? He was driving my motherfucking car. So you see what I'm talking about? We teach people how to treat us. Because if the first red flag didn't say, Terry, you need to tell this Negro to kick rocks. That definitely should have. And it didn't. So I got to own that. Me. It does not absolve him for what he did. It does not. But I got to own the fact that I allowed this Negro to come up into my life. And turn it upside down. I allowed it. Let's go.
But that wifey comment, let it the fuck go. It's been explained every which way. They know, the live know, you know, it's been explained. I'm not going to keep explaining every fucking time that it's said or it's mentioned.
And this is him saying that everybody knows that he has a girlfriend named Sandy. Literally telling Sandy, everybody knows, it's been discussed. Minka knows, Primal knows, everybody. Because that's who we were running around with, you know. Let's see if we can skip some of this. Oh. Here it is. So, I gotta go back. Gotta go back over here. Sorry to go back and forth, guys, but okay, we just got this question. Ask if what is that? Is if Haref Angeles
No, we're not. Okay.
He's so vanilla in the bed. Completely vanilla. Missionary, that's it.
Okay,
I have a better time with my
Okay,
I have
listen.
a better time with my toys than with come on out.
Okay, so here's the thing. That's a question that I would have said, I'm not discussing that. I'm not discussing that. Because see, what that makes, it makes us look more foolish than them. I'm not discussing that because it makes us look more foolish than them. Because if it's all that, again, why you stay? So don't accept something and then joke about it. It's nothing funny. It says more about us than them. So some questions, I mean, you ain't got to answer all the questions. And again, Kai's track said, yes, what I can't stand is a man making it clear and then women tearing him down when they realize his intentions that he made clear in the beginning. If he made them clear in the beginning. If he made them clear in the beginning, we don't know that. But even if he didn't, whatever he did, you allowed it. We allowed it. Now, from what I'm hearing, again, I'm not in the, but from what I'm hearing from these things, I think that the discussion came about is because Sandy is reaching out to him saying, you're saying and teaching all these things about how you treat women, but you don't treat me like that. So, and from what I'm hearing, he is offering pacification which she is accepting. Which she is accepting. From what I'm hearing from these texts, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, he's offering pacification and she is willing accepting it. I've done it. Like I said, the crack pipe that was in my garage. I'm saying, well, maybe, well, I can see how that could be that. I see. Well, yeah, you know, it was more people in the house, so maybe they did hide his stuff. But let me tell you this though. By the time I got that Negro out of my house, he had sequestered himself in one of my third bedrooms. By the time I got that Negro out of my house and went into the room that he had stuffed tissue paper in the vents. And I found other drug paraphernalia in there, in that room. So yeah, I wanted to believe the shit, so I did. If we go back and watch him on certain panels, he was really going in on men and protecting women. Auntie, is this being double-minded or narcissistic? Listen, I'm not a psychiatrist, but what I know for sure, it ain't right. Because that's what we say when we raising our kids: do as I say, not as I do. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Again, ain't nothing like an old fool, and I can admit I was an old fool. I'm trying to grow y'all. I'm trying to grow you. We would go out on certain instances, and he make it seem like he was the kindest man, but he wasn't. He would put on fronts for other people like he really catered to me and didn't. I allowed it. The situation was starting to age me. You could see it in my face. You could see it in the weight that I had gained. You could see it in how I articulated oh my gosh, I got another story. Y'all have heard this before, but see, this is the perfect time to explain it again. I'm trying to grow you today. Like I said, we're going into deep water, so I hope you can swim. I'm at work. Anybody who knows me on the job, they know I was about my business. Confident, I knew my stuff. My boss calls me into the office one day. We were talking about my mid-year review. And all of a sudden he said, you know, Terry, you deserve the very best. You are this, you're that. And he said, you're shrinking. And I thought he meant that I was losing weight because I was trying to lose weight because I gained some weight. I thought he meant I was losing weight. He said, no, your personality is shrinking. The Terry that I've known for over a year is not the same Terry. He didn't know what was going on. He was my boss. But he knew that I wasn't the same person that he had known. My daughter said, I didn't know, this is not the mother I had known. I was shrinking. because I was allowing this man to treat me like I wasn't nothing. I don't, Jetta, I don't need the situation explained. I'm just reviewing this video. And I'm talking about what I see. I don't know what is true. I know what certain things seem to be supported by what is shown here, but I'm talking about how I can identify, and I'm dissecting and I'm analyzing this situation to help some people. No, Joshua, both of these women weren't used. The woman on the left was a business partner with the Red Pill podcast, business partner as it relates to the YouTube channel, because I understand that she talks about at some point that, they were working on content together. So what my understanding is a business relationship, but based on the playfulness of during some of the interactions on the podcast, the lady on the right said it's clear that Gray Pill did not make it clear that he was in a relationship. That's what I'm gleaning from it. So let's go.
Damn. I'm just glad I can fake stuff. You know what I mean?
That's not good.
Oh my God, no, that's so sad.
Now that part I was completely fake about because I had to make him feel like he was doing something right. Okay.
No need to emasculate.
Damn.
No need to do that.
I don't even want to look at the chat. I'm sorry.
No need to do that. Because again, it says more about you than him.
I'm completely
and I'm trying to help you too, Sandy, if you're watching.
Reviewing a video of two people looking down. Sorry. That's me. I'm always looking down. I'm like, look, I'm trying to get the content to show Carlos's paperwork, to show his name is Carlos, because it's just funny to me. Yeah,
I just sent you a couple of things on your text.
Okay, so
yeah, I just have to black it out because I don't want to give all the information. That's just
fast
rude.
forward on some
I blacked out some stuff.
Fucking bitch, I know you do.
Okay, let me block out.
Damn,
some
he
stuff.
said
Hold
he
on a
don't
minute.
like big women. Yeah, he was saying that when we were doing the podcast stream for Gray Pill, and then while Sandy was watching because she was trying to support. So again, if you ask why I'm doing this, it's as shitty as it gets. And that was my partner who I was associated with for a long time, too long. And I need to clear it up. And he did some stupid things after I posted the first video that I told him not to do. And this is a repercussion. You cross my boundary and here it is. And you come after the people that are nice and we'll do it again.
And I've seen pictures of his exes and stuff. And so that was one of the things that I have even mentioned to him. I'm like, I've seen pictures of your exes. Like, I know I've always been a plus size. Like, I've been a big bone person, period,
I just have to highlight real quick, because this isn't towards you, it's towards me. It's a comment about the head down. He's like, be more tolerant. It's called Down syndrome. Continue.
Right.
Okay, let me fast forward here because I want to get to some more communication when she's talking to him.
Acknowledging or having an actual.
And just so that we're clear, both men and women do this. And in a girl's perspective, when men say they want to lead a woman and they do this shitty shit, this is why women don't follow that. And when women are supposed to be nurturing and not play games, this is the same kind of shit that they pull, which is what Carlos is pulling.
Explanation for the fact that you just lied a few moments ago. You said there was nothing. You said she didn't have a key, but I'm proving to you because I have access to her account and I just logged in here and I saw it again, just in case, for whatever reason, we could think like she screenshotted and she edited and she did all this shit. That's why I did it, so that I could get to the truth of it. Fuck the bullshit. Like you know me by now. I don't care what it is, how you live your life, what you do, as long as you come correct in the sense of like, this is who I am and I own it, I have no problem with it. If you wanted to say like, I just fuck her on the side and I use her for money, that's how it is, that's how it be sometimes, I don't give a fuck, do it. Cool. But the problem I have is that you're putting on this whole facade of this is how you are, that you're this gentleman and you're not seeing her and you're
I'm
not
not putting on a facade.
and you're not seeing her and she doesn't have a key to your house and you're not in a relationship. And I'm looking at this dialogue and it's admitting that you guys are in a relationship, fixing what you guys have got going on, that she has a key to your house, that you are telling her that I know that you have a girlfriend, that she is your girlfriend, that the panel knows that she is your girlfriend. Those are all not true. That is what I'm having an issue with.
And this is what we call the chicken head.
Want me to just shut the fuck up and say, okay, I trust you. That's not how it works. I
No,
trust you with stuff that happens. Like if this had happened and I didn't have access to this and she was saying some out of fucking left pocket shit and saying, I don't know what other circumstance, but there's a lot of other circumstances that you could be the person that says, trust me. And I'd be like, all right, but this is like, what do you think it looks like if she were to come out or do a recording just with you and prove that you're mean or that you're using her or any of these things and then post it to the Black Pillars or post it over here? What do you think would happen?
Well, first of all, that will never happen because
I'm sorry, the irony.
He doesn't know what I'm capable of.
I get what you're saying, Mika, and I understand it. And
Yeah.
talk about on that perspective on the Great Book podcast, and that if
Fuck this shit. Let's open up the panel.
Okay, so
Fuck, I gotta drop this shit.
this is when,
Wait, let me put
hold
you
on a
back
minute.
up. Let me remove this. Oh, look, we have Primal. We'll just
Okay, this is when the peanut gets chewy. Shout out to my aunt. I don't know what that means, but she used to say it all the time. So shout out to God rest her. So this is when the peanut gets chewy. Okay. This is when people are coming to the panel that support this gentleman, and they are dumbfounded by what they have seen and heard. They're dumbfounded. So that is why, again, I say it is not important for everybody to know. You don't have to disclose who you are. You know, and people have a right to protect their privacy. They have a right to do that. But, you know, I'm pretty transparent and I share things, but there are some people who know a whole bunch more about me. Shout out to Lucky Marie. Shout out to Courtney Michelle. Shout out to Truth Was Never Favored. Shout out to Bolo. They know me. Shout out to Chicago Rilla. Hell, shout out to Tan, even though he's you know, my wayward nephew. Shout out to him. They know me. They know I'm real, flawed and all. Shout out to Sir Hell Speaks. They know me. I'm not ever worried about him being embarrassed because, again, shit, if I took my wig off today, I wouldn't be embarrassed. I'm not going to do it. But I'm because, again, I am who I am. I'm like Popeye. I am who I am. I am who I am. So if everybody don't know, thank you, sweetheart. It's not for everybody to know, but there are a core group of people who do know me. They've cried to me, I've cried to them. They needed help from me, I needed help from them. So heaven help if a video like this comes out, because what you see is what you get. Some things you hear from me, but some things you've heard from Mr. Randolph, some things you've heard from my father, some things you've heard from my daughter. I'm real. Because see, I know faking it don't get you, but only so far. Let's go.
This is not do you your birthday. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to come out of pocket for myself when you know it's your birthday. She came out of pocket for that too. You know? Not saying no that when I told you already, I'm good.
Hold on.
Said, we knew
Tell me
each
your
other several
rationale.
years
Where was your rationale in
So-
this? Because you had to know there was bad signs.
I had none. I had none.
Okay, I think at this point there's a delay in her broadcast, and shoot, it might be a delay in mine.
Do you your birthday? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to come out of pocket for myself when you know it's your birthday. She came out of pocket for that too. You know? Not saying no that when I told you already, I'm good multiple times. After that, continued again. A lot of insecurities. That's in the conversation too. Pushing the issue. Not trying to make an excuse, but that pushed the issue. I said, you know what? I knew from the past. It's not a problem. Yes, I did give her the key to my apartment. Yes, later down the line, I did ask for the key back because she popped up in my house, came around my house unexpectedly that I wasn't feeling comfortable with. Even time.
Sandy, did he ever ask for the key back?
No, never.
I was either at work or somewhere else. And she made excuses of coming in the area. So if we want to, that's in the conversation too. You're driving the area, you're coming up and down my block. This is a problem. So with that being said, me being me, let's still have the conversation. Had the conversation, thinking that we're good, we're moving forward. Literally the next day, something else comes up, have a conversation. And that's where it's been from that point back and forth. And that's the God honest truth. Now, as far as if you read it assuming that we're in a relationship now, no, we're not. It's back to where we left it at before because that's where the conversation went. It's not working out. You need to fix you. You need to work on you.
He's saying that Sandy needs to work on herself.
And she does.
But every time.
But did he say that too?
He's saying that to me, that he's saying that to you, that you need to work on yourself.
I know, but he's also told you the same thing, right?
Yeah, he was saying it on here. He's like trying to use my past against me to manipulate me and make it seem like I have something against men. It's like, no, you're just being a piece of shit, so I have something against you.
It wasn't in text messaging. It was me yelling in my apartment. You do not listen. I'm trying to explain to you what the problem is. You're not listening. Papers can confirm that bullshit in the middle of the night. So that's from beginning to end. So I'm sorry that someone else decided to reach out to you. I feel like it's drama.
It is.
Bitch.
But is it wrong? But did it happen?
You just swore up and down on your mother's grave that you were with her, all this other stuff that she did. And now it's not that she did, and all of this stuff was true. Now I don't know if you're just giving me another variation.
Miss Rudy, you just said you're up and down the comments. It's literally what I just said. That's it.
But do you see?
I see what you're saying. I feel like I don't want to get beaten down or something that's pertaining over here. I get the other part you're saying about the whole black pill and content creating stuff. That's not happening because nobody's not doing that. Why don't
He's basically saying, I get what you're saying if Sandy were to oust me, but that's not happening. Sandy's not ousting me.
allow nobody do that?
Allow. It just happened. It just happened with me.
Okay, it is. You say right, it's drama, but is the drama true? Good yeah, I mean, it is drama. And see, this goes to show games people play is not gender specific. Shout out to Jedi Mike. See, what's happening right here is a Jedi mind trick. Shout out to my Star Wars fans. It's the reversal. Let me take the focus off of me by putting it on you. It is drama. But is it true? Let's go.
What do you mean you don't know now? This is life. When you do things, it comes out.
Okay, what you said allow what? Like meaning that so that message is supposed to prove what to a black pillar or to you spaces like what?
Like
That's
anything,
that's
no, anything could happen. What I'm saying is you are not.
speaking piece.
No, I am. But it's never that I'm speaking my piece and I just want to blurt out things to hurt people. I don't want to hurt anybody. And I'm sad over this situation, Angeles, because you have been good to me. And that's why this is a private conversation. Because I do have extreme loyalty. And it's not like I went investigating because I wanted to. I went investigating. What the fuck? This isn't who he said he was. This isn't who he portrayed himself as all of this time. And it's I gave you the straight up, straightforward, let's have this conversation when we first started, and you kept beating around the bushes and saying it wasn't true and that you were gonna handle it.
Because I want to handle it. That's my, and I'm not trying to be a dick here, but that's at the end of the day, that's
being a dick. Because at the end of the day,
no, it's not because like no, it's not because
to you that you lied.
Mika, that's not fair, Mika, because you do your own. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair, Mika. That's not fair because you do your own thing. You're like nobody really questions anything.
I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not
hurting everybody either. I told what I told.
You are hurting people. Check this out and understand, Kai. I understand she's a liar, but here's the thing. Later in the video, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it because it's a 3-hour video. But she talks about how she was not going to disclose this. But some actions that he did resulted in for every action, there's a reaction. So this is the reaction. So again, I don't know, because again, like I said, I don't know any of these people in life, but there's a lesson to be had here. And the truth of the matter is, I'm not mad at her about it. Because I'm going to tell you something. How many times in our own personal lives have we found ourselves in the same or similar situations that have somebody be able to reverse it? That didn't happen. That's not true. I would never do that. They're lying. How many times has that happened? And then you ask yourself, well, shit, maybe it is me. Maybe I am tripping. Maybe it's really not like that. What the funk stop? Well, again, what I'm surmising here, and again, I could be wrong. In StreamYard, you know, it's like you do a recording when you after you finish a show. You're still on StreamYard. Now, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. But it may be a reason, and I don't know the reason, but I know the result. And the result is a lesson to be had here. And the lesson is treat people how you want to be treated. If somebody's not treating like you want to be treated, you need to move around. You need to do a self-examination. Why am I allowing this? And I think it's important because this is just not about him, but there are many folk like him. And I say folk, men and women. Men and women. Lucky Marie says, he told me I can't get a man who paid $200 for dinner because I have a baby. Oh, okay. I believe both sides when they confront each other, not this third party back. Well, and here's the thing, I'm not saying it's absolute on either side. There are three sides to every story. Yours, mine, and the truth is in between. But there's enough here to lend itself to in my job, we used to go with dealing with disciplinary action, a preponderance of the evidence. Meaning if it's 51%. So by preponderance of the evidence that is shown in this video later, I'm not going to show it all because it's not necessarily what I'm trying to say here. It leads me to believe there's some truth to it. Because if I didn't believe there was some truth to it, I wouldn't be discussing it here. And the discussion is not necessarily about him or her. It's about the situation because it happens. It happened to me. But I had to own that. I had to own it. Just like she does, and she still hasn't. And she says this, jokingly, yeah, no, baby. No, baby. No, baby girl. No, sweetheart. You haven't owned it all the way. Because I'd be crying right now. I'd be crying to the people about how much of a fool I made of myself. I'd be crying. I'd be crying. Yeah, and that's the bottom. She captured this person, this man, because it's applicable to men and women, but she captured this person being two different people. That is what women are talking about when they talk about men that are horrible men. He's a face of that now. And let us be clear. It just happens to be we're talking about a man now, but we know good and damn well women do it too. We know good and damn well that women play like they like you to take from you. Because we are wearing our insecurities and our longing on our forehead, and it's a beacon, drawing people to the brokenness that is us. And the only reason that I'm capturing it as it relates to this is because I have been on panels with this person. I've seen, and I believed him too. I believed that, wanted to, because he seemed, and I'm not saying he's a bad person. I don't know him. But you will know them by their fruit. You will know them by their fruit. Let's go.
This person directly, you reading most of the messages.
You literally said that you didn't know with her. You haven't been with her. She never had a key to your house. You only messed around with her friends and benefits at one point. Then it turned into everything I had said, but a variation. Okay. So I am who I say I am outside of this house, inside of YouTube, outside. I am exactly who the fuck I am. And if I fuck that dude, I fuck that dude. I'm happy with who I am. But the issue I'm having is that you are not portraying who you really are, and that is an issue for me. And you just did it in this conversation. You want to cry that it's not fair? What's not fair is that what's not fair is that I had this conversation straight away when I talked to you, right when in the beginning. I told you, this is what I found out. Is this true? You said, absolutely not. I swear on my grandmother, all this shit. Only for 5 minutes later to admit most of it. The fuck you mean that's not fair?
I admit that it wasn't fair to the point was, this is what happens over here. That's the truth that I explained to you at the ending. And not trying to be a dick the same way when I met myself there. You have your life and you're in, nobody questioned it. When you bring it up, gaps all fucking day. But again, nobody will sit there and investigate and do all that stuff.
And they can, and they bind the same thing I say on
I'm
it.
not. I wouldn't do that because again, that's not.
But my
That's not
issue
me.
is, but what? No,
Okay, but I'm trying to
having
listen. This is what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing, but we're not trying to listen to somebody else. The only difference is with me, with you, I have to be the one to put my foot in your shoes, listen to you, and not my head. Then come down and pander. Like for example, and again, I'm not comparing notes.
Wait for it.
I'm not comparing notes, but like again, you told me in Poppy and Primal that you had a good dude, and then in that whole 3-week gap, that you pop up and have a separate conversation with Poppy that you had a side nigga on the side. I said, okay. I said, so are you not the side dudes that you met at the excuse me.
Okay, here's some deflection, and I see. Hello, peace, love. I'm not sure who you are, but hello. And it says, why is Mika talking to him like they're in a relationship? There's more to the story. She's a whole madam in real life. Okay, I ain't got no problem with it. If she owns that she's a real madam in real life, I respect that. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to approve of it. But what I get from what she's saying here, I am who I am. I am who I am. I'm not preaching you should be this, that, and the other, and I'm not that. And what she's saying, they're not in about her own admission and his own admission. They're not in a intimate relationship. They're in a business relationship, business partners. But in so doing, she was under the understanding that as a business partner, you are, as we try to collaborate and do this thing as a partnership, that what you're preaching is what you're living. And coming to find out it's not what you're living. So she's asking, okay, what is it? And she's saying, if this is what it is, it's what it is, but be honest. And like I just said, people don't have to put their whole personal life out there, especially, to be scrutinized. But if you have a core group of people, at least somebody should know who you are on the real. I just said, Lucky Marie, Courtney Michelle, Bolo TV, Truth is Never Favored, Tan. They all have varying points of view. They all know me. And each one of them, Sir Hell Speaks, each one of them can say, she's the same. You will know them by their fruit.
He's basically saying, I went on a date with one guy. It didn't work out. I said he was a nice dude. I said I had a good time. And then 2 weeks later, I went out with another guy and I slept with him. That's what he's pointing out.
During rehab or whatever rehab. That's okay. So
hey, Minka, can I say hey to Black Man Unfiltered?
And see, here's the thing. The reason why I'm talking about this, because the gentleman that's right underneath Mika, and then Black Man Unfiltered, these two men know this, or thought they knew this man, and are supportive. And again, they're surprised by it. So that's why the title, who's being real and who's faking it? You can fake it for the world if it's for entertainment. But somebody should know what you're really about. And that's the point here as to why she did. Whatever. I don't know her. I don't know him. I don't know Sandy. I've been on panels with him. He tried to speak reason to me. I can receive that. But I am disappointed because what I share and what I try to impart is what I'm living. I'm living out loud. I'm living out loud for the scrutiny. I'm living out loud for the judgment so it can help somebody for real, not for play.
pictured and show
no,
some
no,
love
no.
with that
Yeah,
mouth
text-
and kind of maybe
So we'll take a little moment and go back.
Let me
I texted you back and I said,
let me go to some part here. My internet is slow. I don't know what it is. My router. Good night. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not having right now.
You want context and details of something that I pretty much said before, even when I even met you. I'm dating. That could be anything else. They probably said I'm fucking around. That could be anything else. But you want extra context to it. Only reason you, respectfully, the only reason you want context toward it is because somebody else reached out to you. I'm saying respectfully, somebody reached out to me, whether it's you, Poppy, whatever, which it has happened on their end. If someone reached out to me, to Mika, hey, go talk to Mika. Or better yet, I won't even respond, block, delete. Let me send these messages to Mika, let her handle it. Because guess what? That's her monkey, her circus. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna trust Mika enough to let her handle her business. Because many times before, people come to me and say one thing. Again, you are your innocence on mine. I can easily sit and say, oh, Mika, yes, she's as old as she says she is on Instagram. She's the same third. But I know when we actually have actual conversations, that's not you. I know when we go into that third, when we have conversations, and I like and brag about you 24/7. Oh, don't get it twisted, because Mika fucking smart as fuck. Don't let the looks fool you, because Mika's smart as fuck. Again, that's you.
Okay, hold up.
You personify yourself on Instagram.
I appreciate the engagement. I appreciate the engagement. And again, you can disagree, that's fine. He's single, is a single man, and told Sandy he's single unless he's married. She confirmed that. This is okay. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Is there lessons to be learned here? Absolutely. And peace, love, you might came in late. And I'm talking about, I was Sandy. I was Sandy. So I had to hold that shit. Because nobody can do to you unless you allow it. We teach people how to treat us. And even though, he's told her one thing, he was also telling her something else, and she allowed herself to be placated because she wanted to believe, even though her eyes told her something different. She's absolutely delusional. I was. That's why I'm trying to grow y'all today. And like I said, I'm about to get riled up. If this ain't you, good on you. If you ain't never experienced nothing like that and allowed yourself to be played, good on you. If you've never been delusional, good on you. I have. Well up into age 49, shame to say. It's because I didn't think much of myself, even though I perpetrated like I did. Well, I don't know if he's in a healthy relationship. But again, okay, that's great. But it doesn't negate what I'm seeing here. And this is a learning opportunity. This is a learning opportunity. And Sandy, oh, absolutely. You got to own that, young lady. I'm not sure how old you are, but you got to own that. And absolutely, people give advice all the time that they themselves struggle with. Absolutely. But does that mean what I'm saying is not true? Okay. Okay. Point taken. Does that mean what I'm saying is not true? Let's move right along.
Way different than you actually go in life, and way different when you say you're small handful of friends, because that's who defines you, and I get that. So again, without you even at that ask me that. It's common sense. I trust you. So that's what I'm saying on that one. If somebody comes to me with you, hey, screenshot, send to Mika. I'm not gonna send them for 3 days. Hey, Mika, let you handle it. Now, if you choose you want to bring it up to me, again, I don't give a shit. Because why? I'm not there. We're not together. Nobody's contributing to bills. I get it. That's your life. You're not portraying anything. But all I'm saying was somebody come from my past, reaching out to other people, which has
But say from your past, that's the issue I'm having. Like, you're lying. My issue isn't
or current.
It doesn't matter. But if I ask you the question and then you fucking lie to me, what you want me to do with that? Still trust you?
Mika, I've been told you. I said,
no, you didn't. I just asked you, and you said I swear on my grandmother and all this shit. And then 5 minutes later, you admitted all of it.
Okay, I'm apologizing for that. But I'm saying. I'm giving you asking for the full context again.
Right. Hey, can you guys tell?
Okay, here's a good point. Thank you, Tell the Truth. For those who are upset, take gray pill out of it and look as if it was a random dude. Would you say this is trash behavior? The answer is yes. It is trash behavior. Would it be trash behavior if it was a woman? It absolutely would. And I'm gonna tell you something. If I'm rocking with someone that I seemingly showed that they were trying to move the pendulum, move it forward, speaking just like pastors. Particularly if I have had some interaction with them, whether it be on a surface level, but I've had different interactions with them, and I believe that they are doing, I'm gonna bring it out. But at no point have I absolved Sandy of her responsibility in this mess. Not once. Because we teach people how to treat us. Let's go.
Tell I'm actually Mexican now.
Hey, Sandy, at that time, were you two together? At the time of this recording, were you two in a relationship?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he called me right after they got off that recording and asked me to come stay the night and have a conversation.
Right. Well, and he was literally trying to
Primal. It's hurting you even more, bro.
Yeah.
Like how much more can you handle, Primal?
Because it's I gotta be honest,
guys, we gotta go through this.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's not easy to watch.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not.
Shit.
It's so sad, so sad.
You're saying beating and all this shit. I asked you
Someone have a Mandrell, is that you?
With what?
There it is.
Yeah, that's you. You loud as fuck, player. Fix your mic.
Point period blank. Why don't we stop calling each other hubby and wife, because you are older and I don't.
Oh, I did record it.
Other people brought it up. Like, it's not such a good thing for us, right? Would you say, nah, we're good? If you're telling this, and you're telling this bitch, I can't control what she says. What the fuck do you?
Sandy, I say bitch to the bitches that I love.
I think
okay.
so. I think it's better.
You can. Discussion. I gave you the opportunity for what was best in your life. You chose not to, so then you're putting that on me in your personal relationship.
And I respect. I'm not putting it on you. I'm telling you on my end. When me and this person had a conversation moving forward, it is what it is now. Even before. But when somebody from my relationship or my end of things reaches out to you, I'm saying, hey, let me handle that. Just like respectfully. I don't have to.
It's not about handling that. It's about handling your persona of who you are.
Okay, I am that guy.
Okay.
Not to have a mic drop moment, but I am that guy.
Okay, hold up.
Okay, it gets worse.
Well, okay, and I understand. Peace Love says Primal should have spoken to Gray Pill behind the scenes. It's the dramatics for me. Black Man Unfiltered and Mandrill weren't feeling him prior to this. Possibly not. There's more to the story, and there always is more to the story. There is always more to the story, but I will submit to you that a lot of times a lot of times, well, I don't disagree with you, especially if they're friends. But the question becomes, would he have admitted it? Would he have admitted it? Because even with Sandy, we take our concerns to that person that we care about and give them an opportunity to explain, and we listen. And then we allow ourselves to be pacified or placated because it sounds good. And we want to believe. We want to believe. We want to believe. Let's go.
I don't want to mess this up. You want to know the truth? I'm going to give you the whole clarity truth. When me and my ex ended, depressed as fuck. 3 to 6 months in a second bedroom, sleeping in each room by my damn self, trying to figure out what, please look at me, trying to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do. I did not lie to you when I...
Okay, hold up. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going there. And if I'm wrong, please forgive me. He's talking. He's explaining, please look at me. That's assertion to me. And I'm gonna tell you, there's a glimpse of something in my opinion. There's a glimpse of something there. Why am I saying that? I didn't share with y'all about that food. It started when I first saw glimpses of his ire. It was something just like that. It was something just like that. If he's showing glimpses of that ire to her and he's not in a relationship, an intimate relationship with her, it begs the question. I don't know, but it begs the question, would he do that to Sandy? Or would she allow? I'm going to say, yeah, why? I did it.
I said I was trying to figure stuff out. I was not lying to you when I said I was done. I cannot explain, and I'm trying to be like so fucking honest with you right now, Mika. I am trying so much.
You better not start crying.
He did.
You're the last person that's been great going forward with this Grandpa podcast. And I try so hard to keep moving forward. This is why I keep telling you to go on the podcast and watch us and listen to what I say, because that's my truth. Yes, I did lie, and I'm being honest with this one. Yes, I did lie.
It's not, you know, it's not that he asked her to look at him. No, not at all. It's not the what, it's the how. And I said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry about that. You know, I'm observing. That's what reactions are. I didn't say, y'all funny. I didn't say this, but I said as a glimpse into his ire. It's not the what, it's the how. And see, maybe y'all have not been there, so you can't see what I see. I'm not saying that it is or isn't. I don't know. But what I am saying, if he can be that, Mr. Randolph has never, especially in a, okay, this is a business relationship. This is not even an intimate relationship. And yes, do we want men? Does that mean, okay, listen, I'm over it. Listen, y'all do what you want to do. Let's continue. Because some people just can't get through, some people, you believe what you want to believe, and people can say that about me. And I just said very clearly, I don't know if it is or isn't. I don't know if it is or isn't. But I could have just as easily chalked that up, and I did chalk it up the first time that person hemmed me up and said, I'm talking to you. The first time he did it. So I don't know if it is or isn't. But it gives a glimpse into what the possibility of it. And if y'all can't see it, it's fine. And if you want to get your passport, see you later. Bye. Let's go. Because I got mine. Hey, I need to get my nails.
I feel like my business is my business over here until I choose. I don't want to be bothered with that person no more. Because over here, the situation, when I put everything I had in this last relationship, it fucked me up. It fucked me up. I'm not lying to you. It fucked me up. The Great Field podcast for me has been fucking therapy for me this whole time. Meeting you, Poppy, just you, period, and just the conversations. And this whole time I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay, if someone like this reminds me so much of me, that's just another day, and I'm good with that. That's why I don't question shit you do, and I'm not putting blame you. I'm just saying this is why I don't question shit you do over there. What you do there, you can burn half that fucking world down, as long as it's not me on it. When I mentioned wifey and husband, I meant that. When I mentioned I loved you, I meant that, and I understand.
Whoa! Whoa!
This situation came up and it's in my face. But I don't want nobody thinking that I'm not.
Oh no.
That I'm not. I'm just tired of being a fucking good guy. The shit don't work no more because. And it's fucked up to say because we don't talk about the black and white. It don't work no more. And I'm tired.
Just like I picked the wrong.
And I know I did, but guess what? It too is men and women different on this one, Mika. And I'm not trying to follow in the same stereotypes of the men.
Oh my God.
It's different, and it hit me harder than I thought. And I was 6 months in on my own with this one.
So guys, I just need everyone muted so that we can get through this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, babe. I just want to get through this.
About vetting, even when we talk about cyberbullying, even when we talk about when I mentioned about depression, nobody don't fucking know. Nobody fucking knows. So I'm sorry, like if you don't want to do the Ripple podcast, I totally understand. If you don't want to fuck me no more, I totally understand it.
He said fuck with me, just so any of this fucking trolls don't get it twisted. Fuck with me.
Trust me, I get it. And I'm not going to even argue with it. I'm just going to say I apologize for the way that this situation came up. I apologize for the way that it made me look. And I'm really sorry that you feel like you can't trust me. And that's the latch. And trust and believe me, that's the last thing I fucking want you to do. Especially all the shit we talk about. I never want you to feel like that. I never want you to feel like that. And I'm gonna leave it like that, so.
Okay. I'm not making fun of him crying, and I hope y'all are not. I see several things in here, and what I find interesting. I'm not going to say he's not frustrated, because he clearly has a right to be. And when I get frustrated, I cry. When I get mad, I cry. But I wonder, it begs the question, are you crying because you are hurt and frustrated? Are you crying because it's out in the open? And again, I am reacting to this video because I have been on panels with this man. I don't know anything about him to say whether I rocked with him or not, but I have said, you know, I've been in conversations that he's been on, and he said, you know, TJ, don't do that. And I receive it. I perceived it. Correction can come from anybody. But what I find disconcerting for me is, if you're going to point out everybody else's flaws, why not be a little bit vulnerable about your own and transparent about your own? Because I don't come from a place of high horse. I don't. I do not, because again, I want y'all to learn from me. For my 20s and 30-year-old women, I want you to learn from me. For my nieces and nephews, because I've grown up, my nephews real about dealing with these trash women. I've grown them. I've grown my nephews real about allowing themselves to be shitted on under the pretense of, well, she says she loved me. That's some bullshit. What is she showing you? And I'm also growing young women and old fools like myself real by the excuses that we make to ourselves and the justification we give ourselves. We know good and damn well what we think it is exactly what it is. To be honest, I'd have more respect for a man who said, yeah, I did it. You know, I told her what was up. You know, she wanted to continue giving to me, like, shit, I'm taking it. But that's not what we're hearing here. That's not what we're hearing here. That's not what we're seeing here. We absolutely do, because again, it's applicable to somebody. That's why I share. Not just from my own self-aggrandizement. I share because maybe, you know, well, gosh, that happened to her too. Maybe I'm not tripping. Let me course correct. I don't want to be 49 out here. Shit, I don't want to be 49 out there. Let's go.
You can ask me whatever you want right now, and I promise you on everything, I will be honest with you.
I gotta pee and I gotta
Okay.
Okay, so I think.
Okay, y'all can say your little inserts at this moment while it's quiet.
Dude, he's in a relationship, but he's in love with you.
That's what it seems like.
He said, "I love you."
I say I love you. I used to say I love you to everybody.
Yeah, but I don't think he means it the same way you mean it.
I know that now.
Wow.
So when I tell you guys that this shit happens to me regularly, this was the one I started a podcast with. I am straightforward, straight out the gate. Nothing will ever happen. There's no attraction. Don't get it twisted. Don't fuck me over later and bring up some bullshit. This right here, where the man does this and he stays and he seems like he's just my partner in crime, or we're working together or doing a project together, and turns around and with this bullshit happens to me regularly.
And then how do you feel watching this? You know, knowing that this was your boyfriend at the time. I mean, how do you feel? Like, what's going through your mind at this time?
So whenever the hubby wifey thing was coming up a lot and stuff like that, I had speculations of kind of where his mind was going with it. And then I also, during one of the podcasts, it came out about, I guess they were planning a trip out to LA, and I questioned him about it and he denied it. He was like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Dude, it's on the podcast. It's not like you can deny it. Like, it's literally said y'all were planning a trip." And then he was like, "Oh, that's just a guy's trip. Minka was never involved with it and everything else." And like, I was getting clues, and I felt like he was a little bit more emotionally attached to her than she was to him or whatever. And that's one of the reasons why I reached out to Minka, because I honestly think that because the last podcast I think that she was doing, where her and Primal were on there for a few minutes, and she was like, you know, he's like such hubby material, this and that. And I'm like, do not, like, I knew then that she had no clue about me at all. And like, that's whenever I reached out to her, and I'm like, I don't even care about the whole hubby wifey, like, analog, as far as, like, I get it, y'all are podcast partners or whatever. It was the fact that he had told me repeatedly that he had conversations with her and told her that I felt like it was being disrespectful, the amount of use it was used. And he told me it started as a behind the scenes thing. But then when it was repeatedly out front, I was like, there's no way this woman knows about me. And that's when I reached out to her, because I'm like, what y'all do is what y'all do on your podcast, you know.
Let's stop right there.
I can only bring you the truth, you know.
And let's
stop right there. Just like the men talk about that my work husband is not okay, my work wife is not okay. There is nobody that I talk to in my retired life, in my professional life, that Mr. Randolph either has not spoken with or can't speak with. So again, Sandy, in my opinion, you glossed all over the question. Let me tell you what should have happened here. When Black Man Unfiltered asked, how do you feel looking at that? I would have said, like a damn fool. That's how I feel looking at it. Like a delusional woman who allowed myself to be treated in such a fashion. That's what I would have said. Again, like I said, when people over-explain, a couple of things are happening. Either they don't understand the question, or there's some shit in the game. Because when he asked how you felt about it, it's a pretty simple answer. I felt like shit. I felt like a fool. That's pretty simple. That's pretty simple. I felt stupid. I feel humiliated. And to know, for the most part, I did it to myself. Because what? We teach people how to treat us based on what we think about ourselves.
Get it twisted. Sandy didn't come to me incorrect. She came to me absolutely correct and saying, hey, I'm Angela's girlfriend. Do you know about me? She was straightforward, not disrespectful in any way, just wanted answers. And she even told me, she's like, I've watched your podcast with you guys on it. And from what I see, you are genuine and you seem like a nice person. Do you know this stuff? And that's the thing where when she started up off right off the bat like that, and it was like a trigger in me of like, I gotta find out more information.
Yeah, it's bad. I'm sorry. Again.
It's not just something to dismiss.
It wasn't so much the crying that got me. It wasn't so much the lying that got me. It was the part when he talked about how it was therapeutic and he gave Minka's name and Poppy's name, but he didn't say my name. That son of a bitch.
No, he did. No, he was earlier. He was saying her name.
This is not for.
He was saying that someone came. Actually, because of you, someone came at him.
Like I said, there is no part of this exchange that is funny at all. Nothing is funny. It's tragic. And again, this is an example of what happens on an everyday basis in men and women's lives.
Talking about you in supposedly this manner, which we all know.
I'm just trolling a little bit, but God, that was brutal. Right. And you guys,
that's grade A narcissism, bro.
To cry.
Yeah, that grade A narcissism. So for real.
Well, Primal, like I said, for me, my deal is it's kind of like another dating coach portraying a lifestyle on YouTube that he doesn't really live in real life is disingenuous, and he's caught in 4K. How do you come back from that?
Well, here's the reality of the situation. He had her paying for his bills and eating and going out and fucking, and he had me paying the StreamYard. Like, we're both dumb bitches, really.
Right. And was he cheating on you?
I needed to laugh, girl. I'm sorry.
Sandy, was he cheating on you with another girl too, or no?
Okay, so here's a fun fact, and if he sees this, he's probably gonna be pissed. I don't care at this point. Here's a fun fact. I put a tracker on his car.
See, that's shit. That's some pathetic. That shit. I'm just gonna.
I do know that he went.
See, Sandy, I'm gonna tell you something, sweetheart. That is pathetic. I need to get full screen here. That's not a fun fact, honey. That is desperation at its finest. Let me tell you something. And again, I'm not bashing you either. I'm not bashing him. You need to get some shit right. Me and Mr. Randolph said early on, if we feel like we gotta look through somebody's phone, if we got to do this, we don't need to be together. If we feel like we got to look at somebody's social media, we don't need to be together. I ain't do none of that. And neither is he. So the fact that you felt that you needed to do that, that's problematic in and of itself. Again, that says more about you, honey, than him. I'm trying to grow you if you listening. I'm trying to grow you. And so I'm gonna tell you something. I know why you're laughing. You laughing to keep from crying. You putting on a good front to keep from crying because you feel like shit. Let's keep it 1,000 wow. I know, I've been there. But thou doth protest too much, Shakespeare. Thou doth protest too much. Meaning you put a little extra on it. You put a little extra on it. Let me see what the chat's saying. Okay. In fairness, I don't roll with gray pill like that, but it's a code of respect we live by. We cannot roll with each other and still show respect. Oh yeah, absolutely. And she's laughing, Tan, to keep from crying, because again, if you know what I know, no, she feel like a damn fool. Or she should. And okay, you know, we're not gonna bring race into it because foolishness has no color. Because I'm black, well, I got some Native American in me, but I'm black and I've been Sandy.
I do know that, like, when the car was at this specific house, he would tell me he is at home or he is at work.
What was it, a girl?
And I would assume so because he stayed in there at one point. But of course, because I had a tracker on the car, I couldn't like, hey, I know where you're at. You know what I mean? I couldn't just pull up at the girl's house. It's like, how would he know that I knew, you know, how would I know where he's at? But you're literally spending your time to go to her house, but you don't even come to my house because you don't like what's going on at my house with my son and stuff.
Wow.
Okay, let's
and all this time,
So
are you the ex? Are you the ex with the? Are you the ex with the children? You have children?
I have an 18-year-old son.
So is this the same child he said? Is this the same child he spoke of, saying that he thought it was his child, but it wasn't his child or something like that?
No, that's with it. That's with his ex-wife. I have an 18-year-old.
Yeah, you know, Great Pill. If you're watching Great Pill, I just want you to go get some help. I really want you to go seek the help that you need, and I want you to get it.
Oh, but he told me I needed to seek help.
You do.
He told me I needed to seek help for all of my insecurities and my depression and all this. Like, I had a deep conversation with him one night and told him a lot of like stuff from my past, like some serious deep shit that my family didn't even know for years. Like, you know, I told him, I go through depression sometimes, but I kind of just deal with it in my own way. I went down that dark road of suicidal moments in my life. Been there, done that. And after that conversation, he told me I needed to get help.
So did you have any suicidal thoughts when you were with him?
He was going through depression.
Yeah, did you have suicidal thoughts when you were with him? Like, did he make you feel like you wanted to do something to yourself?
He never made me on that level. You know, just a little background. You know, my son has my son has behavioral problems.
Okay. Okay, Tell the Truth says, respectfully, he needs help, and so does she. Sometimes the exposed cleansing is the only way we can be free. God will expose us to elevate us. Let and that's exactly right. That's exactly right. I'm gonna tell you something, and that is why I'm here. For those of you who are new to me, who are just dropping in to see what I have to say about the situation, I started my channel May of 2021. A week after I considered walking out into traffic to end my life. Okay? Because when that situation happened with that man, I was never the same after. Never. And I could not. I've been on the same job from 2012, when I moved here, 2012 to 2019 with the same agency. I got promoted within the agency, but with the same agency up until 2019. The situation happened with that individual in July of 2017. From 2017 to 2021, I changed jobs 8 times. But up until that point, I had been with the same agency from 2012 up until 2017, had been promoted, but still with the same agency. When that thing happened with me, I was never the same. I kept trying to get my mind right. I was nervous all the time. I couldn't concentrate. Even though I took 2 months off of work to try to start the healing process, and I made tremendous strides. So my exposure, or the expose of the fact of me allowing myself to find myself in an abusive relationship at 50, is when the healing began. But even when the healing began, there were still some mental health issues that I hadn't overcome yet, because it was the tipping point. But the process has begun. I will submit to you, her process hasn't begun yet. So the only good that can come from both of them, if they really do get some help, because he needs some help, and so does she, on the strength, as my aunt would say. On the strength. Now, let me tell you something. I'm gonna drop the link, but I'm gonna be clear. I will suffer no disrespect. I will suffer no arguing. I will suffer none of that. I will suffer none of it. Because I don't have to. Again, making my expectations plain up front. Because why? We teach people how to treat us. Yeah, on the strength, on the script. My aunt used to say, oh, we're doing this on the strength. Oh, Tan, you're absolutely right. Her process needs to be off YouTube. She needs to be grown. I'm here to help. Okay, again, I see people starting to come, but I want to be clear one more time. I did this reaction and discussion because there are lessons to be learned here. There are lessons to be learned here for men and women. There are lessons to be learned here. I don't know these people. I've never had conversations with them offline. I've never even been on a panel with Mika and this, but I've been on a panel discussion with Gray Pill. I have nothing bad to say about him. I don't know him, but what I do know is what he professed to be one thing, and what we're seeing is something different. That's all I know. That's all I know. And I'm discussing that based on my observation, because this is a learning opportunity here. Let's Ruh-roh. Oh Lord, what the hell did I do to deserve to bring Robbie privilege up here? Lord, let me get some more coffee. What?
Get your coffee. Get your coffee.
Be nice. Be nice.
I am gonna be nice.
Okay, let's go.
Honestly, I understand the perspective that you were bringing about these women, and both of these women are very broken. And this wasn't an expose. This was middle school merriment at best. These women didn't have no business coming out here doxing this man and telling this man's business. Now, I can understand your chagrin at the situation, but had he been married to these women, had he been professing to be in a relationship with these women, then I can understand the pushback against him. You know, I have a relationship with Gray Pill. He's a very good friend of mine. And, you know, during the pandemic, everybody was in a lot of bad situations. A lot of people lost their job. A lot of people were getting a lot of stipends from the government. So for the both of these women to sit in judgment, you know, he's out here being a player. He's doing what he does. Ladies need to understand, men are often players. If they're not your lobster, if they didn't put a ring on it, if you're not their wife, they're single and so are you. Stop devoting your energy to people that are not your spouse. That's number one. Number two, though, I don't really get what was the necessity for that commentary, nor what was the resolve supposed to be. The woman that's up here painting the picture as if she's been done so dirty by Grey Pill is sitting there laughing the whole entire time. And what does that say about her as a woman? The pictures that she tried to show, the narrative she tried to spin about him, that says more about you as a woman because you're opening your legs to a man that you feel is less than. And the other woman, Minka, to be quite honest with you, it reads as if she wanted a relationship with him. And I think a lot of friends, because I know that I do this, I have friends in my real life that are men. I tell them I love them all the time because I do. It's not an intimate love. It's not, you know what I'm saying, a relationship in love. It's like I love you like Jesus loved the world. So when people say that back and forth, I don't really take it too deep because again, love is actions. Now I seen this woman show him basically her whole naked body. Show the whole world her whole naked body. Yes, on Instagram. Yes. Yes, out here doing the most. Okay, showing it all for the free, no cap, not even an OnlyFans. So I feel like she was trying to go to reaction. She was trying to push him into a relationship. I think she might have thought that he was a simp or something like that. And when she found out he's just a regular guy that knows how to be nice, it was a little bit mind blowing for her. It was too much enjoyment on that video.
Which her?
Oh, Minka.
Okay.
It was too much enjoyment on that video. I think she's phenomenally embarrassed that she took the L because she's supposed to be the hot girl. But the average looking chick, Sandy, is the one that actually got the dude. Now, as far as that lady,
she didn't get the dude.
I mean, she got more than Minka got. She got the sausage. Now, for the other lady, you paying for penis. You paying to play. Your lease was up. You didn't get the option to buy. No harm, no foul. You played like a big dog. All these women want to stay running around here acting like they could do what men do, right? That's what men do.
Well, let's be clear, in my opinion. And like I said, I offered that because I was Sandy. And the truth of the matter is, I was Sandy at a late age. And again, in my mind, I'm thinking I'm being supportive because I'm not trying to look down upon anyone who has not had the opportunities that I've had. But the truth of the matter is, I didn't think much of myself because I don't have to think I'm better than someone not to deal with you. But I'm thinking, let me, help him because he lost his job. I was doing all those things, but nothing and no reciprocity. But again, I couldn't blame him. I couldn't blame him because I allowed it. I allowed it. And like I said, she's laughing. The truth of the matter, she's laughing to keep from crying because she don't want to show, because she feel like a fool, as she should.
Yeah, she definitely should feel like a fool. And I mean, I appreciate you sharing your story because I do agree. Sometimes women, they try too hard. And you don't have to try that hard. I tell people all the time. People are like, oh, well, you feel men should spend money and women shouldn't. That's not true. If a man is spending money with me and I see that me putting money into the situation is throwing good money against good, then I'm all in. But I'm not going to throw good money after bad. And honestly, from the story she's detailing, it seems a little bit odd. One minute she's saying that he was at work. The next minute she's saying he didn't have a job. One minute she's saying they were together for a year. The next minute she's saying he didn't have a job for a year and a half. And the math is not mathing to me. Even with her saying that he's about to be evicted. Everybody that's been watching Great Pill Podcast, everybody that's been on a panel with him knows his background is the same, and it's been the same for a significant amount of time. So if he was like me and he only projected from a green screen, I could understand people believing that. But he literally podcasts from the same location. One thing you cannot do when you're evicted is have the same exact location in your background. That doesn't make any sense. And for me, when I looked at the video and I started listening, really attentively listening to what was being said, it just sounds like people just throwing things together. And as for her little, oh, he was vanilla in the bedroom and it was 2 pumps. Like, even if he wasn't my friend, my automatic thought would be, well, dang, he really got you then. For 2 pumps and vanilla, you spent how much money? How desperate are you?
And like I said, that said more about her than him, because that wasn't even necessary. And that is what we do. That is what we do to deflect, just to be clear. But again, that's a question that she didn't have to answer that.
Yeah,
that was nobody's business. And again, I'm a give it to both, because again, like I said, there are 3 sides to the story: hers, his, and the truth is in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, in my previous job, because I had to make, in my previous job, I had to make decisions or make recommendations based on the evidence that was presented to me. So by the preponderance of evidence, it lends itself in my mind, from my outside looking, that there is some truth. I'm not saying the total truth, but there is some truth to what she's saying. And some truth, in my mind, where she is concerned, you, sis, or young lady, I'm not gonna say, I hate when people do that. You, young lady, played yourself. Because you allowed yourself to be played because you didn't think much of yourself. Mr. Grayfield, if you were honest with this woman, the onus is definitely on her. But if you weren't and you still continue, some of that is on you. And why? Because I was that woman.
And
yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I can absolutely understand your point of view. And if he was dishonest with her, then I could completely see it. But I don't think that he really was. Let me tell you what I got from the video. What I got from the video was she was innately insecure about Minka, because Minka is a size 0, she's blonde, she's flirty, or whatever. It made her feel uncomfortable. She was ready to pay and keep on paying for it. And when he found out about her communication with Minka and that she violated a level of trust, he cut it off. And because he cut it off, Now that 2 pumps in vanilla, it was looking like a caramel frappuccino from Starbucks, and she wanted it back. So since she can't, you know what I'm saying, she can't interact with him and she can't argue with him, what's the next step? He goes to social media. This is where his friends are. This is where he's making his money. So let me disrupt that bag and let me disrupt that piece. Now, I did tune in a little bit to Sir Hale the other day when he was talking about women using social media to destroy men. And I believe that wholeheartedly. I believe here is a glaring instance of women using social media in an attempt to destroy men. And what we saw on that video is people that were friends to this man, even people that he has had co-working relationships with, that even if they're not friends, they still had a mutual respect. Those relationships are destroyed. Why? Because her money ran out and she didn't want to pay for it anymore?
Well, I don't disagree with that. And let me answer this question right here. And see, I think Tan, he says, but TJ, are you having the same type of tone for women who use men for food dates? I absolutely do. I absolutely do. And see, that's one of the problems I have. This is not directly directed at you, Tan, but that's the problem that I have. To highlight one thing does not negate something else. I absolutely do. And what I find, tiring is that when women when men are pointing out the flaws of women, and the woman says, well, are you talking about what the men do? What the fuck does one have to do? I'm talking about this right now.
Yeah, I hate that too.
I'm talking about this right now. And like I said, this is not you, Tan, but I'm talking about this. I see it all the time. I was talking to a woman a couple of weeks ago, and I was telling her what women do in this. And she said, well, what about me? I said, I'm not talking about them right now. I'm talking about this. I get tired of that. Well, what about this? Okay, all that notwithstanding, I'm talking about this right now. But I absolutely do. I did a whole video a couple of days ago using myself as an example. I like to give y'all real life stories, y'all. You know, middle-aged auntie is middle-aged married auntie is an open book. How we mess up good men and then ask where they are. We break them, we take from them, we suck them, we violate their trust. And then 5, 10, 15 down, we ask for where they at. But that does not negate in this particular instance. And I'm gonna tell you something, this, Robbie. I understand where you're coming from. And like I said, by the preponderance of the evidence of the texts that were sent to Mika that she's reading, there was an impression, whether what's it? Intrinsically or extrinsically, that she believed that there was in a relationship, because I'm gonna tell you why. If we're reading the texts and she understood that they were not in a relationship, I would have been waiting to hear, well, you know what it is. I told you what it is.
Yeah,
but there would be no explanation. He would not need to try to explain or pacify. It is what it is. You know what time it is.
You know what? And I hear you, but I also think that women need to be very much aware of the Casanova player. Now, I don't judge the Casanova player. I'm just well aware. I just know who he is. Ladies, y'all better understand. Some men will text you every morning, good morning, beautiful. And that same text message you get and is going to like 15, 20 other women. Y'all got to stop getting caught up in what somebody texting you or when they spend time. I'm going to tell you right now, I know plenty of dudes, and their motto is, when we together, we together. When we not together, we not together. Now, that's not in regards to me, but that's how they carrying women out here in these streets.
Yes.
So it's in a woman's best interest. Number one, keep your legs closed. Stop giving these men your cookie for what? If they don't want to take you on dinner, so what? Don't you work? You got your own money. Take yourself to dinner. Go out to dinner with your girlfriends. You don't got to depend on no man to go out and eat. That's really kind of bummy if you ask me. Number one. No, I'm just saying.
Well, it's really kind of bummy if you would be truthful about it. Okay.
Right. You know, number two, understand. Yeah, like if a man wants you, you're not gonna get a text in the morning. You're gonna get an actual phone call. You're gonna get FaceTime. He's gonna be there. If he's not taking you anywhere, if you paying for trips and you're not even getting a photo taken with you on a trip,
Girl, speak on it now. So that's why I say that's why I have to grow. Sandy, I am not absolving her of that because I'm gonna tell you something. Let's go ahead and put it out there. And let me get Niecy Poon in real quick before I forget. I gotta say this. They met on Plenty of Fish. Okay, 5 years ago. I'm not knocking Plenty of Fish. I swear I met Mr. Randolph.
okay.
Neither one of us know, but neither one of us knew it was a hookup site. We didn't know that. We green. But fortunately, we wanted the same thing. So it don't matter where you meet somebody. If you are about that person, because just like it's almost like meeting somebody in the club. My girlfriend who was on the show a couple of weeks ago, she met her husband at the club and they've been married 27 years. So it's not about where you meet them, it's what they show you after you do.
Right. I know you want to get Lucky Marie in here. You know I could talk all day. I'll be crying when I
What
come
you got,
in.
Niecy? What you got, Niecy Pooh?
Hey Robbie, hey TT,
Hey
hey
boo.
Chad. I kind of was listening to it. I don't really like the exposing type of stuff because when people start trying to expose, they're exposing from their perspective, their feelings, and we don't really get the whole story. You know what I'm saying? But just off of this, I kind of hear some of what's going on, but this is the problem I have with this whole thing. And I'm going to say it. So this has nothing to do with TJ's views. This is Lucky Marie's views. Why are black men sitting on a channel with white women talking about another black man? And in this conversation, you are trying to say, well, Gray Pill, I hope you get some help. That's something you do to your brother in private. The same way black men, and I know black men, you could be listening. This is my observable reaction, opinion about what I just seen and just conversations you've had with me publicly on other platforms where you would say, Lucky, well, we always hold men accountable privately. Women, we do it publicly. There was nothing public about what she was doing that was saying, you know what, girl, this is a bad look on you. I don't think this is what you should do because this is a private conversation. And y'all are sitting here with these people and talking about this man, and whether he was telling the truth or not, it don't matter. It discredits it because this was a private recording that is being exposed, and y'all sitting up there on some quote unquote what's tea. That is messy and that is very feminine, and it's just very disturbing because when you watch these panels, I understand everybody not gonna share everything about their life. It don't mean that it's a secret. It just, I'm not sharing it. Maybe if I knew you personally, I would share more. You get to know me a little bit better. So it seems like exposing. This should have just been the two ladies there talking about their experience with this man if they chose to do that. I don't know the primal studies guy or whatever. I know he hung with Gray Pill around these YouTube streets, whatever. This isn't a personal attack on black men or Mandrill, anybody like that. You know what I'm saying? This is just my opinion on the video. It's just very disappointing because if this was Raw B or somebody who was trying to expose a black man, do you really believe that they would get up there and say, you know what, woman, we stand with you. We sit with you. You know why that's not true? Because we've seen it happen so many times, men and women, and these black men don't do nothing but, I don't want to get involved. I'm going to be neutral. But in this situation, you sit your ass up there and you sit up there and he's crying and you're like, oh, is he about to cry? You're making a joke and a mockery of it. But the part that pisses me off is the fact that these are people that try to bring God into these conversations. And you're sitting up here thinking it's funny and it makes you look good to get up there and help them make him look bad. That's a problem. And I don't know if other men are going to say something, but black men, I am very disappointed. And I didn't really hear too much from Mandrill, whatever. You know, Mandrill just kind of come and go. But it's the fact that we know, and I know people don't like to bring race. We don't see color, but we see color anytime we talking about comparing black women and to white women. But we sitting up here looking at black men sit with white women without their real faces. Okay, botched all of that. Talk about another black man that has been supportive in different channels. We can say he's messy, he's this and that. I don't care about none of that. Because if we start banging on other people's doors, everybody talk about everybody, right? Everybody got an opinion about what they see when everybody not bringing everybody present when their name come up. But the fact that you sit there and this man has been on your channel, where is the neutral respect that women are supposed to feel when it's us? And
I got nothing.
That is raggedy, and I don't like that. I don't even care what he did. I hope he took her money. Because when you doing something like this was already in you. The fact that she putting trackers on his car, girl, if you got to go through all that, you already know what time it is. So my thing is, when we talking about accountability, I don't want to hear that I don't want to hear that, because I feel like at this point, he owes him a public apology for this. Because you sat there and you partaked in this man being humiliated for whatever reason. And if it was me, I wouldn't want nobody doing that. And I would look at anybody sideways if I had to stand on myself. Like, these people really sitting up here, they was just speaking to me. They really sitting up here with this person, helping this person humiliate me. We know how that feel. That's wrong. And that shit really hurt me. Because I don't care about it kind of dismissed anything he could have did to these people. To the fact that his own people sat there and allowed that to happen, didn't say nothing, but you got somebody tell the truth in the chat who I kind of feel like I know who it is. But you trying to come at me like, well, I thought, Lucky, you wanted to protect women. You was just saying this to protect women. Do this woman look like she's trying to get protected, or she's trying to expose somebody to make them look bad? I don't understand this. And this is exactly why, like, when we talk about these communities and these black women versus these white women, it's just like, shut up, okay? Because when it's us, it's not the same energy. Go ahead. I'm sorry, y'all.
No,
I didn't mean to come in with that passion.
No, you came in hot. You came in hot. I come in hot all the time. I need some people to be taken out of the chat. Nisi, you know what time it is. I don't disagree with my.
You was going there earlier. I don't think you saw my super chat.
I did. I put it up there.
I was in and out. I was like, oh well, she on her business. I'll catch up with her later on that one.
No, I sure did put it up there. Thank you, sweetheart. I so much appreciate it. I don't disagree with what you're saying. And again, I wanted to talk about this because again, I said 3 sides to every story. 3. But I want to talk about it because it's a learning opportunity. I was Sandy. Thank God I'm not no more. But I was Sandy. As late as 49. The shit ain't cute. So as I'm watching it, and I'm saying, okay, yeah, he did some stuff I don't agree with, but you, woman, allowed it. You. Now go ahead, babe.
But can we talk about it really quickly? I'm sorry, and I don't mean to interrupt. Now, you get in the D for the cheap, no cap. $30. The D. The eggplant. You getting the eggplant for the cheap. For the cheap, no cap. Like $30 here, $35 here. Ladies, is this something that we're complaining about in social media? Like $35 here or there? Is that a lot of money? Like, am I that much of an overspender? Am I like in a jaded life? Because I could spend $35 going to lunch at Chick-fil-A. Like, it's not that serious. Like, the amounts of money she's upset about. You're not upset about any of that. The only thing you're upset about is that you don't have access to the eggplant anymore. And
she's not upset about the money at all. And I'm going to tell you why. She's not upset about the money at all. But again, and I'm saying that, again, I'm speculating from my own experience. It's not about, it's about, she's saying it's about the money because she feels like a fool. Look at all I did for him. I wish, how come he didn't treat me like he said that he's treating these other women? No, she's making it about the money because she feels like a fool. I'm saying that because I felt like a fool. Because that nigga that I was telling you about before, I was like, and see, I could go all in details, but what good would it do? But I'm trying to grow y'all. I'm doing all this shit for this man because I'm thinking I'm being supportive and I'm just gonna do this. And he got a whole nother woman on the side. Living in my motherfucking house.
Nope.
That's crazy. But see, like you said, people do what you allow to be done to you. You know what I'm saying? And to go this far, you know what I'm not, like I said, I have no personal opinion about the situation. If he was wrong, he was wrong. I think I'm just gonna go back and watch the replay to look at the details. I just was so distracted of the panel. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes it just seems like people just get so caught up in trying to get the tea that they forget on how it looks or how dismissive it can be. When you really don't, I could see if you cared about both people involved, right? Because then the right thing to do would be, I think you should kind of, in this stream, I don't think this is a good thing to do this stream. You know what I'm saying? You would start trying to handle things in a more appropriate manner. But once you start partaking in it and your opinions while you sit up there is not fair, it's not neutral, it kind of makes it seem like you're on one side. And that's why I said, I don't want him to think that I'm attacking him personally. I'm just really going off of what was seen, because even if it was me or whatever the case may be, like, or I don't think that if somebody says that they're cool or they support the other person being quote unquote exposed, that they.
Lucky.
Uh-oh.
Lucky, you there? Lucky, you there, babe? Okay, so I see Gray Pill podcast, a great podcast, and also I see Black Men Unfiltered. I'm gonna make it very clear. Very clear. I will not suffer ignorance. I will not suffer disrespect. I will not suffer any of that. And like I said, I don't know. I believe the truth is somewhere in the middle. I do. I believe the truth is somewhere in the middle. But by preponderance of the evidence leads me to believe that there is some truth to it. And with that is that's what made me want to bring this about, the opportunity to learn. Women, we can't leave with our wallets and say, well, if I just prove to him, I show him I'm not like that. He already knows. But he also knows if you got insecurity plastered on your forehead.
Oh, preach a word.
I had it plastered on my forehead, but I dressed it up real nice though.
I did too. That's the fact.
I dressed it up real nice. Trying to convince myself, but my daughter, my mama, my daddy, all them saw it. So we can convince ourselves. So again, let me set the tone. This is what we're not gonna do here, because again, I'm quick on the draw. I got my clicker. People gonna be dropping off. Let's go.
Oh
okay.
my God.
If I may, I wanted to address not the situation at hand, well, the situation, but also I want to address what Sister Lucky says, because her opinion is her opinion. But when you call, and I'll say this, when you call a married man a father of six feminine, then that man must have to come up and say something to you. So when the situation happened, Black man didn't show up for no tea. Black man was doing his own show. I was in the middle of my show. And I got an inbox and said, hey, can you join me on this show? I didn't know what the hell I was getting. I just clicked it and went right in. After my show ended, I went right in, didn't know what I was walking into. When I got there, I gave my opinion, but I also said, because me and Gray Pill had a falling out where we didn't speak. So since we're not speaking, and I said, Gray Pill, if you're listening, get the help that you need. Now watch this. I've been on several occasions, people that know me, right? Even my sister Robbie. Robbie is on here. Me and Robbie had a conversation. Did we not, Robbie?
We did.
We had a great conversation, even about this matter. I reached out to her and said, "This is crazy." Did I not, Robbie?
Yes, and he also said he got down because he didn't want to be part of the messiness. But I
Uh,
wasn't going to share that conversation.
exactly. So I called Robbie and had a conversation. So lucky when we get half of what people responses that people have, then as women you make the choice to use the F word toward a grown man. It's feminine for him to be there, but I was invited to be there. I did not even stay for the entirety of the live stream. I got off the panel. Then I had a conversation. Not only did I have a conversation right after I got off the panel with Robbie, I had a conversation the very next day with Robbie. Am I correct, Robbie?
Yes, that's true. And he was concerned about the situation.
Absolutely. So we have to be careful, Lucky. I love you to death. But we have to be careful when we say, I'm seeing men on here being feminine. Because the first thing what would happen, and I would never disrespect you, but the first thing that would happen, sweetheart, if I got on this panel and I called you out your name, the B word or something out there to that regard, people be like, why is he doing that? The feminine to when you say that toward a man, it's the equivalent of me calling you the B word.
I mean, it would be equivalent to masculinity. If you
Or,
call me
or masculinity. Okay,
Hey, hold
right.
up.
And
I got. I'm in
no, 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 no.
No,
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
Art.
feel away. Let them.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I wanted Lucky to know that we have to get all the details. When they asked me for my opinion, because I was invited to this platform, I didn't just click no StreamYard link. I was invited, and when I clicked after I finished my show, I just hit the invite and went in. And when I got there, the video was playing.
And I will
Right?
say this, she also did go over to several content creators that interact with the Gray Pill podcast to promote her show while they were ending her live in order to drum an audience to come over and watch this quote unquote expose. So it definitely was not coming from a genuine place at all.
So I want to just address it. So Lucky, like I said again, I have been on panels. Well, I'm sorry. I have sat back in the clouds, and I've watched people talk about me. But whatever opinion people have, I don't reach out to them. I don't get on platforms and be like, "Well, Lucky just did a live about me. Can't stand that old skank." I don't do that. I let people have their opinion about Black Men Unfiltered. It's okay. If you want to say Black Men Unfiltered, well, you fat, it's fine. Say what you need to say, get it all out. And I'm not going to come for you because I've learned something. I know a lot of people don't like Kevin Samuels, but I've learned something. Beef ain't good for business. And if we're all trying to grow and have a business and do business, then there's no reason for me to get in your business if you making your money. I'm talking about me. Make your money. It's not that serious for me.
Okay, I just want to respond. Well, I apologize if the feminine word is the same as the B word. To me, the feminine word is if women were sitting over there looking what you guys call masculine. So if I'm looking at just the video, the men that I know, and this could be just me from my experience, they don't sit over there, they don't even want to hear gossip, right? But to see you, and we see Great Pill supported you, y'all supported each other in the public eye, and you sit there with non-Black women on top of that, when we know that's a trigger. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm not saying it would be better if it was Black, but it also makes it worse. It's like, in my opinion, nobody has to agree. And you sit there and it's like, oh, is he about to cry? You say stuff like that, and then it's like, well, I just hope he get the help he need. It seems like you're partaking in the messiness, is what I'm saying.
No, I didn't
So,
ask. I didn't ask Issy about the cry. That's now we're doing
well, I
optics
could
for
be
people.
paraphrasing wrong.
You're paraphrasing, but I want to
Okay, but
say
what I'm saying,
I said
I
don't
just
start
want to
crying.
finish. I just want to finish.
Well, I mean, I think. Come on now. I think we know what she's talking about. I mean, again, it was
Right,
semantics,
I said don't start crying because I know how people when men cry online, I know what that
But
looks
that was
like.
okay. So let me just ask this, and then, like I said, I'll yield to you. I'm cool with being wrong. I'm cool with it. I'm probably wrong most of the time. That's the lessons I get. What I'm saying is, if we looking at the video, did you feel comfortable Like, how did you feel comfortable sitting there knowing that they were reacting to a private recording? I guess I would ask.
Well, again, it's not my platform. I was invited in, so when I got in, I saw that. Once I saw that, out of respect for the platform, I'm like, okay, let's see what she's going to say. What's going to come out of this, right? Because because I've been on several panels where women have done the same thing to men, and men have done the same thing to women. And out of respect, I said, okay, I can lend my opinion, but once I lend my opinion, as you will go on to see in the video, I hit the X button. I say, guys, I have to go. I removed myself from the platform. I reached out to Raw B, and then the next day I reached out to Raw B again. We had 2 conversations about what I thought about being on the platform. So in that regard, me and Great Pill, we had a falling out. However, at the same time, what she did is what she did. Would I do that? No. Do I feel like I want to record people and expose people online? No. What I am, I make fun, I crack jokes, I roast. That's what I do. I don't believe in taking people's personal lives and digging up everything about them and say, YouTube, look at this. Because I never know when my day may come, which what I say behind the scenes, I can say in person. And I think that, and I'm gonna say this, TJ, and I'm a yield. I think that what men need to do in this space, including Gray Peel, since he's here, I think what we need to do is we need to get to a point where what we say behind the scenes, we can say on the scene. And with that,
that's anybody.
Right.
And there's no discrepancies. Right. If there's no discrepancies. If I say, listen, I don't like Lucky and Marie behind the scenes to 5 people, and Lucky and Marie's watching me live, I should be able to get on live and say, I don't like Lucky.
Oh,
Yeah.
but let me say this. This is also a lesson to all content creators. If somebody just pops up to your chat random or pops up on your live stream and you haven't seen them in the month of Clear Blue Sundays and they telling you come on over somewhere, chances are they telling you to come for something messy. Brittany B is absolutely right. We have to be mindful of what we're doing and where we're going before we click into these links, because we have a tendency to set ourselves up for a messy optic representation. It may not be the intention, but we got to do better.
Well, just with that piece of information, like I'm one that I'm familiar with the exposing or the whatever, the drama, right? Whether you warrant it or not, right? So my grace to the situation is only coming from, if I was in that chair, whether it be Robbie sitting up there, Great Pill and Black Man, I would still feel this way. I probably would have called in if I was Great Pill. You know what I'm saying? Because it was happening to me. The same thing it was if it was Black Man Unfiltered and somebody was recording him and he didn't know and it was private and he was whatever he was saying. I don't care if he was lying to her. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at it, I would still have the same opinion, because I just think at some point when we having these other conversations, we want to bring in morals. But when it's time to actually show it, we kind of forget. You know what I'm saying? So I can honestly understand that if you are caught off guard, sometimes you don't make the right decisions and it can look bad. I've been there. So not to prolong it, Black Man, I don't have an issue. My passion was behind the fact of, when we had a conversation before about just general, you said we handle men privately. We do this privately.
Right.
So I think I would have just liked sooner in the conversation where she didn't really have a longer stream with you. If like, you know what, this ain't really my type of tea. I'll talk to Gray Pill privately. I'm gonna catch y'all later. And drop down as soon as you realize what it was. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what I would have. Those were my expectations of you, just on your perspectives in this space, and that was what disappointed me.
Right. And that's and like I said, sometimes you have a participation remorse. Sometimes you could go on a platform, and when you get off, you're like, damn. But at the same time, we're allowed to make those mistakes, just like we're allowed to make those mistakes, and then we're allowed moving forward to adjust them. Right. So now I've done this, so moving forward, I'll do it this way. Right. But I think what's happening here, even with Great Pill, I think what's happening is that we're not extending the same grace that we want for ourselves. Because like you just said, I've been there. right? You've been in spaces where you've been uncomfortable, and I've been, and you know what, Lucky, you've been in spaces that made me uncomfortable for you, and I wasn't even on the panel. I said, "Oh my God, Lucky need to get out of there." They just,
Yeah.
oh, they tearing her up, and I'm like, and you stayed, but you learned from that though.
Question.
Yeah.
Did you use this as an opportunity to reach out to Gray Pill and build a fence, though? Because even though you guys may not be the, best friends in the world, there's some feedback going on. This was definitely an opportunity to reach out to him and say, "Hey, brother, you know what? Everything may not be what it is, but are you okay?" And I think that YouTube has a tendency to create dysfunctional families. Everybody is used to operating how they operate. And when you are on these platforms and you're networking and you're moving around the different spaces, you have to learn diplomacy. I know that I've been the victim of cyberbullying, harassing, and stalking, so I know what it gives. Oh, TJ, you have to. Okay, so I know what that gives, and no matter how you may feel about somebody on social media, no one on social media has really done anything that serious that we can't all operate in grace and say, "Hey, this is going on, and I know how that feels. Do you need anything, even just an ear?"
Excuse me just a moment before I let Great Pill podcast go in. I think I've made, and I'm not suggesting that anybody here is saying that, but I want to make it clear because people are coming in late. I do not know these women. Mika did not send this to me. I don't know Gray Pill podcast personally. I've been on panels with him a couple of times. And like I've said before, he's had to say, TJ, don't do that. And I received that. But by the preponderance of what I saw, I thought there were lessons to be learned here. Not to bash him, not to bash her. Because I think primarily I've been focusing on her, quite frankly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody?
No, you're not wrong. And I'm gonna drop down so everybody can go. And I will say this publicly. That was just my observable opinion. And I think I have a little bit of passion because, like Robbie, and I'm learning too. Or if you in this space, you gonna get something. You know what I'm saying? Even if you like, oh my gosh, why is this happening to me? And then when these people keep talking and they telling your story, when you stay quiet, people are like, just leave it alone, it'll go away. And then when it seems like it's not going away, you want to speak. So I understand, like, it's a learning curve, and then you realize more people go through it than not, so then you just become thicker skin, you know what I'm saying, on some bring it on type shit. But what I will say is, just black man, I did not mean to call you feminine if it means the B word. When I see men seeming like they're gossiping, it just reminds me of, like, what females do. That's just my opinion of it. So I don't mean to offend you. It doesn't mean I don't support your channel. It doesn't mean I hate anybody. Gray Pill, I don't know what's going on, nor do I give a shit. I mean, I think that this is your lesson, not mine. And I wouldn't want nobody throwing rocks at me in a time where I should be learning the lesson and listening to people who are older to give me advice. That was just my opinion on it. So I don't want to offend nobody else. I'ma just drop.
Well, and let me interject, and I could be wrong because I'm not real in the tape, but I don't think that she said the men were feminine. I think she said, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she said those actions were feminine. No more than a lot of times people talk about how masculine I am by how demonstrative I am. That's what I got out of it. But
and I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I'm not offended, Lucky, at all. Like I said, you have your opinion, and I have really, really, really tough skin. So, and I'm working through becoming tougher with my skin. So, yeah, you have an opinion. You saw what you saw. You made an observation. There's no reason for me to try to pull your head off because of your observation and your opinion. You're allowed to have that. I don't want to control your observation. So if that's what you believe, then stand in your square and believe that. But I just wanted to bring some light to what you were saying, because I know you just had came in and you also said, I haven't watched the entire thing, and you didn't know about other things that I had brought up as well. So I'm nothing against you or anybody that says anything about Black Men Unfiltered. It's okay. It's a natural thing for people to have their own opinions, and it's okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'll drop
oh,
down now. Y'all have a good day. Bye, y'all.
okay, Nisi Poo. Okay, great
Bye,
podcast.
Lucky.
Before you go, come in. I just want to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
I this is like I said. Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, you know what? You go ahead and talk, and then I'll let you, and I'll interject if I need to. Go ahead.
No, ma'am, you're good. I'm pretty much was just here, just listening to everybody's opinion. I really don't have too much stake in the game for as opinion goes. The You're pretty much the only person because I've seen other people, well, not other people. The main person in question that hosted the stream. This is her second one within 2 weeks. So everybody's in the chat pretty much, and on the panel is pretty much right. Like, what is the whole purpose of this? Because if you're a hurt or abused or disrespected woman, why would you do like a part three? I mean, excuse me, a part 2 2-hour video, and then bring on the clan, and then bring Black Men Filter involved with this. Now, the only main reason I came up here because you said something that hit home for me, and I am good friends with Jedi Mike because you said something on a personal level about your experience. And I just want to make it clear, I am going to do a I guess my side of the story. I had conflicted on it because anybody actually watch my content, I'm not personally talking to anybody. We're actually having general topics and conversations like Roe v. Wade, abuse children, internet bullying, and so forth. And that's pretty much how I do it. Low key, just like Black Men Filter, because I even gave him his props on his end. I have to cattle adults for my streams for 2 days a week. God bless him because he doing it like I think 4 to 5 of the week now.
Yeah, I have 8.
Yeah, see, and that's a headache with itself. And I know he has like I said, it's so much contradictory to the conversations that was said between the women, like not the working part and how he's streaming. And I'm like, okay, I know brothers like, and I'm giving an example like Black Men Filter and Sir Hill that has full-time jobs and he coaches and he got like all these kids, but somehow he make it 6 to 7 times out the week. Hell, you could say 8 because he might do a double. So if he can do it, why can't I? And I do twice a week. Like I'm trying to understand the math on that one. But again, I will be doing a response video. I will be showing my side of the story with the receipts. Only because the stuff that you just said. Because I like that hit home for me because and I'm just make this clear, and I'll jump back because I just want, like I said, I like to hear everybody's opinions. Just to make it clear, because there's the main focus on that. I made it clear with her when I met her what my intentions was. I didn't deny who I was or what I was from the beginning. My YouTube channel does not reflect anything in my real life. We're having conversations, and 9 or 10 times I invite people on my platform to have the conversation. Qualified people on my platform to have conversations. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I have a women's panel and I have an all men's panel. I never disrespected any woman. I never flirted, hit it, or did anything to any women that make them feel uncomfortable. Anything that we have conversation about, and so all these women that was on the panel or was in the chat, I have separate conversations with them. Separate. Same way I am on the panels, respectful, professional, same way I deal with them because you're on the Great Pill podcast. Now, also, just to make this clear too, far as Minka goes, far as a partnership goes, a partnership is when you put in your 50-50 or you put your 100 or put my 100 in. Poor taste of what she claimed that she contribute. But again, a lot of that will be, I have my side of the story and I'll leave it like that. Now, last before's Black Men Filter, we definitely have our disagreements on a lot of things. We definitely probably butted our heads once, but one thing I know, I can say this, we have been on panels on other people panels that pretty much support him more than me, and we never had any like out blacks or whatever. Now he might, and this is me joking on Black, but he might, curse me out behind the scenes. I might curse him out behind the scenes, but that's as far as it goes. We're not going to purposely go out our way to disrespect each other in that format because I know he got a show. I know I got a show. 9 out of 10 times we don't know how the future holds. Me personally, I can't speak for him. 5 years from now, he might be a 20, 100K, I might be 2, and we might have to come back around and work together. That's how YouTube works, period. So
let me say this though.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think, and I need y'all again, accountability. I have no problem, and y'all know me well enough to know I admit I'm wrong. I want to be clear, and you said that you're going to do a reaction by all means to say your side of the story. And again, I'm not really caring, again, in my mind, like I said, there are 3 sides: yours, hers, and truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning there are aspects of truth from both ends, and the real truth is somewhere in the middle.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that stated, I was talking about and am talking about from everything I saw, and I told Black Man this, I saw where they were talking about what you did, but I did not hear her accepting responsibility for what she did or what she allowed. Even if we go with even if I suggest that everything that is said is absolute truth, even if I accept that, she allowed it. And that is what I'm telling people. We teach people how to treat us. If I'm to go with what you said, that you told her up front what it was and she accepted it, then she has the responsibility to accept that. But if you were not upfront with her, and you continue, despite what you were showing her, you continued to explain to her or try to assuage her concerns, then that's where you were accountable for that, because then you weren't being honest completely. So I don't know it, but so I'm getting lessons again because I've been there. I don't know either one of y'all. This was a learning opportunity, and I think it's a very appropriate one for how women and men, what we allow to be done to us. And then when the shit goes awry, we want to talk about, they did this to me and they took advantage of me. They couldn't have done it if you didn't allow it.
Again, I agree with you. I'm not, because I don't want to put no other conversation in. I'm, like I said, I'm just watching, observing just the conversation to get other people's perspective of it. That's pretty much me at the grain of everything. But just because of this, like I said, I really wasn't was going to do any response to this at all, because she did the first one, and I just said, hey, it's one and done. It's whatever. I can care less. And then the second was like immediately right behind it with the friends and all this other stuff that you pretty much just watch. And I was getting advice from both parties, regular folks and content creators, like, look, I feel like you just needed a response on it. So instead of me being in my quote unquote feelings, hey, let me process it and then take actions in the manner it need to be taken. Because what I don't want on my platform is I don't want some gossipy kind of podcast, whatever, because my whole content is about just actual conversation. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was trying to avoid until this came up. Because I've been on because I'm on the gamer side. I've been the gamer side for 10 years. This would have made more sense if it was over there. It literally would have made more sense. But unfortunately, you got real life people. Black man had shout out to Mandrell. He talked about mental illness and all that. I've talked about it. Other people have talked about it, but you'll see the same people that's talking about it, but you're not showing those actions. And that's a little bit baffling for me. I don't have no degrees in therapist and a doctor and anything else, but at the same time, I am at least self-aware that people got problems to the point like, you know what? Let me just fall back because I don't know how that person act. But at the same return, your response to me behind the scenes is, hey, let me go out in public to attack somebody else. And you don't know how I might react to it. You know what I'm saying? So again, I appreciate. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, I see somebody called L Nix. I'm gonna need to see a face in the background because
Oh yeah, he good.
He's good.
Okay. Okay, square me away because your middle-aged married auntie is old. No, I'm not old. I'm
No,
seasoned.
right.
Okay.
So silly.
And everything that's going on right now is the opinion of the public, right? It's public opinion
Correct.
about what they see. And I do also agree that if you're going to do a reaction video, if you wanted to do a reaction video, a true reaction video where people can actually react to body language, what people are saying, the evidence that's presented, if it's just me. If it were me and I was responding, I would not only do a reaction video, but I would actually invite her over to have the conversation.
I'm not gonna do that, bro.
Oh
And I'm
no,
gonna tell you
no,
the reason. I'm
no.
gonna tell you the reason why. And again, hold on, time out. The reason why, again, that was gonna be brought up then. Uh, she do really have like real issues, and this is conversations she told me in person, but she didn't tell that part. But she says that, hey, I threw it in her face. I never did. Remember the guy that was on your platform that said he wanted to delete himself, and then we had him backstage to actually have a real conversation
Yeah,
versus
yeah, I remember that
okay,
night.
this
Yeah.
is the same situation. So imagine somebody in your face that you never dealt with that tells you that you don't know how to. This literally just happened to me with this person. So I'm not going to bring that person on. And this person literally lived 20, 30 minutes with me. She said she tracked my phone. She said she tracked my car, all this other crazy stuff. That's not something I want in my life. So I will not bring that person on to do that. I will not.
Right, right. And listen, I can add on to that because this just happened to me recently, and this has involved my personal life. And I get it. People want the story, whatever, right? Sometimes when people put your stuff out there that you didn't put out there, and people like, well, let this person up, let this person up, and I get it for entertainment, but it ain't no way I'm gonna get on a panel and argue with somebody that I had a relationship with, that I have a kid with, in front of y'all, so people can be entertained because you already see me triggered and I'm about to go off. And as a man, soon as I respond, I'm gonna be wrong. So we talk about public
Facts.
opinion. I just listened to something on YouTube today, and it happens a lot, right? It was about a breakup song, and this lady automatically went into a whole scenario about, oh well, she probably didn't left him because he's a narcissist and the whole nine. And before I can even look, I already knew it was coming. Somebody said, who hurt you? And this is what we got to stop doing, right? Because I seen in my situation and I tried to be calm, but I really wanted to fire off on people. When you see somebody going through something, and you instead of looking at the whole context, you projecting your situation that happened in your other relationship. I don't really listen. Keep that away from other situations and look at the full context before you go, this person's right, this person's wrong. Now in a situation, I understand how Great Pill is handling it. But as far as like releasing receipts, because people are doing that already, and you finally begin to talk, sometimes it becomes a difficult situation because people, all they see is your response, but they don't see the stuff that happened months and months and months before that. Like you said, there was another video, a first video that was done. So when he come out a response, now you look at him like he's the bad guy, but with this other context that you haven't seen. It's very difficult to navigate through this situation because there's people out there who are hurt. And a lot of people, like a lot of men are going to stay out of stuff like this, but a lot of women are not. And if they had other situations, they're going to latch onto it. And Gray Pill is going to be called all type of stuff before they even know the full context. So that public opinion is very dangerous when it affects people's lives and you don't even have the context. You're just putting your own self projection of your own past situation. We don't need that.
Now, can I say something to
Okay.
what El Nixon just said before I leave? Yeah, I gotta get back to work.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, so El Nix, like I hear what you're saying, and my mentality used to be, when a female says something, just go off on her, give her the business. But me now, as I've grown since I've been on YouTube, because everybody know I have a history of going in on them directly. But as you can see over the last few months, it's all about self control, and
Right.
this is
Because you're
for
not going to
all.
win, bro.
This
You
is
ain't going to
all.
win.
This is for all black men that's listening right now, content creators or not. It's about having self control and say to yourself every day, "I'm not arguing with no woman." Yes, can we have a healthy discord and our voices may raise a little bit and we may laugh at the end? Fine, but I'm not gonna have no argument with no female, calling out her name, going in on it because at the end of the day, the optics of that is he hate women, he disrespect women, right? I'm gonna have some disagreements with you. I'm gonna do the accountability thing. That's what we do. But I'm not going to argue back and forth with no woman where it gets elevated, where I'm calling her names, talking about her kids. It's just, I mean, as men, we need to elevate. And I think that enough of us are not elevating, right? And this is a new thing for me too. So I'm just trying to pour this over into other guys. A woman can do a stream on me right now, and I'll sit back and watch it and say, okay, that's how she feels, and I'm gonna move on because I know if I get into it,
Right.
you know what I mean. But I just
When
want to
you
say,
Well, when you do that, bro, it's like this. It's like when you do that, you're not playing a home advantage. You're playing an away game, and you're not going to win. And that's
exactly.
the balance that men have. You have to balance it out. There's a lot of times you might have to. Yeah, we get tired of sucking it up. We do, but you're not going to win. You got to listen. I'm not even going to be on the panel. I get off the panel. I'm not arguing with women on no panels. You can call me soft. You call me whatever. I'm not doing it. It's a waste of time. I'm not.
Yep. And so I want to say peace to everybody. Thank you, Auntie, for letting me up.
Of
I got
course.
to get back to the bag, but thank you so much for letting me up. Great Bill, good luck to you, man. I know we don't talk to each other a lot. We don't, see eye to eye on a lot of things, bro. Nobody deserves to be dragged under the water and held till they can't breathe. So good luck to you, man. The prayers out to you, bro.
Appreciate it.
And even though the optics may look one way when I was on there, when I was invited up there, I just went up there and gave my opinion and got off. But again, man to man, or if you want to talk behind the scenes, hey, reach out to me, bro. Same thing to you, L. Nix, Raw B. Have a good day, Auntie. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good day.
Have a good day.
Okay,
Now,
let me.
TJ, I understand you giving context, right? Because sometimes if you do have some type of experience, you can give context to this. But what I'm speaking on is like, you get this whole thing where, right, you see like 12 videos with your name in it, and they don't even know anything. They're just trying to get the views. And you know how you have a story, and all of a sudden the story gets twisted, and then some gets added on, and some gets added on, and some
Yeah,
gets
because
added on.
I was accused of having something to do with Kevin Samuel's death, so I definitely understand that.
Yeah, and that's
Are
not,
you
and
serious?
that's not right. And I get people have their own personal views, but when you do stuff like that, that is very dangerous. Like even in the situation that I was in, you didn't hear one video. I didn't disrespect the person. I didn't put people names in the titles to go at them. I was upset and I wanted to handle a certain type of way. So when I put my receipts out there, then you understand that sometimes that's not enough. On YouTube, the entertainment is more, we like entertainment more than we like the truth or the receipts. So at some point, Great Pill, he has to figure out how I should respond. Should I respond at all? It's a balancing act,
I would agree. And again, I totally did this because again, it's an education. And I've made it very clear. I don't know him. I don't know these women. I've been on panels with him, and he's called me on some stuff, and I've received it. But when I reviewed this, it did bring to light some things that I'd experienced. And like I said, I really wasn't focusing much on him. I'm focusing on her.
Yeah, man, I
But
appreciate the
it-
yeah, I'm sorry.
there is some culpability, absolutely, without me needing to know everything. I don't. It's not my business.
Right.
But there is some culpability. But I put the focus on her because again, I said we teach people how to treat us. And whatever he brought to her, even if he came and said, well, this is what it is, had she thought more of herself, she wouldn't have allowed it.
You see, I give you respect because a lot of people doing this breakdown wouldn't have looked at it from all sides like that. It'd been just entertainment.
Correct. And again, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna step out. I appreciate you, TJ, for doing this. It was a perspective that I do appreciate that's actually addressed. I will be doing my own response to it, and just in a more professional way than other people doing it. I will not be bringing this said individual up only because the fact that I know this person personally, and just by the two videos back to back, is this person literally got I don't want to say that, but it's a lot going on, and a lot of that's going to be addressed. But most importantly, to the just to everything. So I appreciate you for doing the content. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Again, feel free to, if you like to, hit the subscribe button. Then you'll find out on your own. and that's it. I can't I can't people please everybody. I think that's the best way
And I
to say
try
it.
to be fair. I mean, there have been
Yeah, yeah.
many
You no,
times
you're fine with the
y'all.
conversation.
I mean, not just this. I mean, there have been times I've come in hot and I've been wrong. It's two left shoes, and when I come back to myself, I apologize. Even Raw B, I've been, I was sassy, and I admit when I'm wrong. So I was
That was funny with that
shaking my
head,
head,
girl. That
shaking
head.
my head back and forth. You know what I'm
Wait,
saying?
wait. I missed something. You were sassy. I missed that. What was that?
Yeah.
What was that?
Child, don't worry about it. If you wasn't there, you ain't
Listen,
catch.
listen. Everybody asking, is it me? Because y'all see my new avatar. This is my new avatar as of late. Because this is how I'm looking at people now.
That's the Rock with the eyebrow. That's the Rock.
Right.
Like really?
Yeah, we
But
just got to move carefully. Because listen, we all sometimes we have stuff, right? We don't come to YouTube to bring our stuff, right? But we all talk about certain topics and all that type of stuff. But you just gotta be careful, because people are hurting nowadays, and sometimes either when they don't get what they want or there's a misunderstanding, you got to be careful. So when you do speak to people online or offline, be 100% you, be 100% real how you speak. So if it get leaked out, then you're comfortable in what you are and what you said. Just be
Correct.
careful.
Correct. And that's the difference besides saying, hey, I'm a billionaire, and then you like picking up cans down the street. So I mean, come on now. And yeah. So again, thank you, TJ, for getting your perspective. Definitely for the women that need to watch. And I'm gonna go keep 100. Even if I was or wasn't watching out for men, because everybody got to watch them red flags and know, just number one, know your worth. I think that's the message I got from it. Just know your worth. And I think that's the issue that a lot of people don't understand. Just know your worth.
Listen, Great Pill. I'm gonna
Yes.
say this to you before you go. Keep it pimping. Just you just let these women know exactly what it is, and if they acting like they're confused or they slow or they don't get it, keep spelling it out for them good and clearly. I don't want to be with
Right.
you, but if you want to pay how you weigh, I will accept your deposit in the Zelle and the Cash App and the Venmo, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just so that nobody can ever come out here and try to shit on your name again. Excuse my mouth.
But do we hope? But we need to hold women to that same standard.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
wholeheartedly agree
hold
with
both.
that.
Yeah.
Stop making men tell you they don't want you more than once. If a
Yeah.
man tell you one time he don't want you, move around.
Yeah.
Wait,
I literally
but I'm talking about women. Far as men, if a woman has told you, you cute and all, and yeah, but I'm not feeling you like that.
Right.
You need to move around. The
Right.
same thing goes.
Period.
The
Yes.
same thing goes, because then you can't say, man, well, she finessed me. Not as you have at that point you have a choice.
Yes.
Right. Like,
I
dude,
agree.
your name in her phone is Domino's, dog. I mean, come on, dog.
Ooh,
If
Really.
it's even
I
saved,
didn't know
Cool.
your
that.
number might just be your number. You
Free
may not
cool. I
have
mean,
you may not have a name, you may not have a picture. You when you get that who this text, you getting that who this text because she ain't stored you. You don't mean nothing to her.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
facts.
because
and
I had a
that's
family member. I had a family member, like literally, he was calling her all kinds of garden tools and bees, and she sucked so much whatever's, and I'm driving home. I let him talk and vent for an hour. I said, look, if she's all that, don't go back tomorrow to her, because if you go back to her tomorrow, guess what you doing? And again, this is a man I told this to. You go back to her tomorrow, guess what if she's sucking all this, you did the same thing, because you're going right back to her. So be
but
mindful.
even when it come to guys, like this is something we really gotta focus on, right? The whole not trying to hurt people's feelings. I get that, but we definitely have to be we can do it without hurting the feelings, but
Right.
we gotta be sure to remind them, hey, this is what it is. And there's some people you gotta be even more direct because they don't get it, but it has to be done because people are hurting out here, and you never even know what can come out of that. So we definitely have to tell them. So on both sides of it, you have to be intentional. On the other side, if they're not telling you what it is, that's a part of having a conversation when you're talking to somebody. You don't assume anything. Get that confirmation. And even when you get the confirmation, make sure there's actions that follow that.
You took the
Correct.
words right out of myself. You can tell me all day long, but if you tell me, I really care about you, but you doing, then that means nothing. As my dad said, you can make your mouth say anything. And that's real. You can make your mouth say anything. So I've got my train of thought. I'm 55. Leave me alone. But yeah, that's all I got.
Lucky said being direct gets you exposed. It do to some people because some people, people ask for the truth. And stop asking for the truth if you really don't want it. That's what I would.
Correct.
Stop
Correct.
asking for the truth if you really don't want it. You got to be careful about those people too. But as long as you are comfortable in what you're doing or whatever, and you're watching the people you're around, hey, even if they direct you, you're being exposed, and it is what it is. But I think all of us on YouTube, we just have to learn how to move carefully. There's too many moving parts sometimes, too many back chats and too many group chats. We're gonna have to narrow that down a little bit and be more discreet.
Well, also, I'm gonna say that. Wait a minute, because I just remembered. Let me get it out because I forget. My mom used to tell me, and my father, you can't make anybody love you. And a lot of times, women and men, we think if we do enough stuff, if we show them this, it's not going to work. If I just do this and show them, if I show her that I'm not like her last dude, if I show him I'm not like his last girl, that's not it. If they don't want you, no matter what you do, and in the meantime, you're just depleting your own resources.
Right.
So I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if someone tells you that they're not with it and you stay, that's your fault. If someone tells you that they are with it and they show you different and you stay, that's still your fault. You can't make anybody, no matter how much you do for them, no matter how supportive you, if they don't, they don't.
And don't hang around for 3 to 5, 6 months talking about some, hey, are we still, what are we? If they told you the first 2 times in the beginning, believe them.
Yeah, we got to take
I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna need everybody to get their confidence all the way up. Like, stand up every day in the mirror and look at yourself, and you better be like, and I'm that one, I am that one. I don't really understand this dynamic. How is somebody gonna expose you? This is who you are. I tell everybody I'm dating, unless I claim you, unless we sit down and we have a real conversation. What are we doing? Where are we going? What is our 6 months plan, our 1 year plan, our 5-year plan? We are not together. I don't care. Now, I'm not one to be giving the cookies to everybody, but I don't care if the sex is fireworks, bombastic. I don't care if we're going to Michelin star restaurants every day. If you're not having those type of conversations, if there is no future plans being made, you are a temporary option. Stop putting your heart so deeply into temporary situations. And to all the ladies in the world, men want to be out here being players, and a lot of women swear they want to be players too. If your heart is not in that player life, please do yourself a great benefit and sit down and patiently wait on your Boaz to find you. Because playing that player game is a real tough and harsh road. You got to be built a certain way. And I'm sorry to my sisters, as I sit back and I watch a lot of stuff that happens, especially on social media, the vast majority of y'all are not built for that life. So rest in your femininity and have a seat, please. Thank you.
And I'm gonna take it a step further. Not only wait for your Boaz, but you got to move your ass. Not wait for your Boaz, but you got to move your ass. What do I mean by that, TJ? I'm glad you asked. That means if we know that we are not in our best physical state, when she was waiting for Boaz, she just wasn't sitting there. She was working in the field.
Well,
He saw her working. Whether that be working on yourself, physically, mentally, spiritually, because again, I stood in the mirror all day long and thought I was beautiful, and people telling me how I was beautiful, but I didn't feel like what I was projecting. So some work's got to be done. And what forced me to do it is when I got my ass cut The scar still on my knee. By this man I allowed into my life. So the work has to be real. So Sandy, if you listen, I'm not trying to shit on you. I don't know you. But I'm telling you, I've been you. And you can't laugh that off. Because I'm willing to bet if we are to believe that Great Podcast did the things that you said and you allowed it so easily, I'm inclined to believe that wasn't the first time it happened.
Bloop.
Right.
I'm inclined to believe that wasn't the first time it happened. I'm not shaming you because I've been there, honey. I've been there.
I think a lot of us have.
You know what's funny, Ms. TJ? The advice you're giving coming from the heart, I didn't hear none of that coming from the first two videos. None at all.
Yeah.
First two videos were meant to be uplifting to you or the situation. They were meant to do exactly what they did, cause a buzz and cause a stir. They wanted everybody to talk about you, so now they are. Now this is the question: what are you gonna do with the buzz? This is another thing too. People gotta understand about these situations. As far as Sandy goes, it wasn't the first rodeo for her, and it won't be the last one. From judging from her actions on that video. But when people are attacking you and your name is being put all over these YouTube streets, this is the time when you capitalize. This is the time when you come out with content. This is the time when you strike it while it's hot, no matter what. Because honestly, I'm going to be real with you. There's no such thing as bad publicity. People are still saying your name, so it's going to pique their curiosity and they're going to tune in. So the point now is when they tune in, what do they see? You tell them who you are. Like TJ been telling you this whole entire time. You teach people how to love you. You teach people how to respect you. And you teach people who you are.
Hit
Period.
the like button, please.
And that's the same advice you gave me. And it's 100% correct. But like we talk about confirmation, definitely have give confirmation and receive confirmation. And that even goes, even having these conversations, even being on the panel, we see people in the chat we know. If we say something and it's not clear, if you have context, you have our contact number, call us. A lot of times stuff gets started because we misunderstood something and we started put somebody's name in the title. Get that confirmation before you move on. If two people don't give and get confirmation, y'all ain't got no direction in whatever y'all doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, I done had 3 cups of coffee, 2 of them in decaf though. Honey, 2 of them were decaf if you're listening. Because Mr. Randolph don't want me drinking a whole lot of caffeine.
Yeah, I'm about to leave now. I'm about to go walk outside and go to Dollar General, get that Wi-Fi connection. So I'll catch y'all guys later.
Oh, stop playing, dog.
I'm not doing that.
Listen, hey, listen, when I was younger, and things have been changed, but I never remember them having the Wi-Fi connection. McDonald's maybe, and then they kind of work if you get reception, but not Dollar General.
Yeah, I'm being facetious, but again, I don't want to lose track from TJ's message. So, and I appreciate it's a good one. So, ladies, pay attention.
Hey,
so
go hit a Family Dollar. I think they got it.
I wish you the best. And again, I'm a proponent of mental health.
I am too, and that's why I think twice before I respond or talk to anybody, because this is not it. And I appreciate his suggestion, but I am not going to bring someone up there just for the clicks and views. That's not what my channel was meant for. It never was. I could care less.
All right. Well, thank you. Any last words before I let y'all go? Because I thought I was
No,
going to
ma'am.
be
Thank you. God bless.
by 11. Dadgummit, it's 1:30. I didn't know I
Listen.
could talk this much.
I don't have no last
Yes,
words.
you did. You better not.
All right. Listen, I don't have no last words, but I'm getting ready to go out there and check my car, though. That's all I'm about to say.
Listen, ladies, I got to go. Ladies, don't you ever, like me and Mr. Randolph said, the moment we got to start checking. No, wait a minute.
Divine
I
Nine
wish you were
Wars.
AKA.
Uh-oh.
No, you did.
Yeah. Hey, Raw, I told you my cousin just found one of them Apple tags in the back of his car. Look,
If me and Mr. Randolph said we got to go through each other's phones, that ain't it. That ain't it. So Sandy, on the strength, shout out to my auntie, that you felt compelled to do that, honey, that's a problem, babe. And like I said, no shade here. But if you were inclined to do that once you've done it before, because see, I don't even think like that. Baby.
Right.
Treat yourself better than that. Treat yourself better than that. Do some real work. Wait for your Boaz while you're working with your ass.
Right.
Well, honey,
I just
go ahead.
I just want to say thanks for having me up. This was a dope conversation, and we got to do this more often. You know.
Right. Shout out to everybody that was up here, and shout out to Mr. Randolph.
Yes, yes.
My baby just called me. I mean, he just texted me. That's why I was kind of smiling still. So
Y'all have a blessed day, everybody. In chat.
Yes, bye, Dixon. Miss TJ, we gonna let you go ahead and wrap up your show so you could get to your boo thing.
Because no, to your point, because he on the road, but what do? We FaceTime.
Right.
We FaceTime again for a moment, while you're there, Robbie, we made again the expectations early on. We said we ain't gonna have conversations via text. We ain't gonna have conversations via text. Either we gonna be talking on the phone or we looking at each other's eyeballs on FaceTime. We don't have conversations via text.
I don't like no text messages, honestly. Even a voice note. Let me hear your voice. Say it with your chest. Make me feel it.
When he called me and he got that very white voice, I said, "You trying to get some, ain't you? I'll be waiting for you."
Look, when you look at your phone and you see the notification and you already smiling before you open up the message, like,
Ow. Okay. All right. Thank you for coming through. And I want it to be a productive conversation. I'm not with the slander. I don't do that. I'm even in my, I don't do that. I truly want to help people.
I know you do.
I truly do. And you heard it from my husband on Saturday. I want to help people. And the way I help is to say, okay, I remember being that. I remember doing that. I remember this being allowing that. So, great podcast. I just used you as the teaching model. I haven't seen the other two videos. I don't care to. That's why I need to play the whole of this one, because I didn't need to play the whole of this one to get my points across. But I felt that there were some very compelling things that I wanted to discuss. So I hope I've done that. And I thank all of you for coming through. Even the Discord in the chat, it's been respectful, and I appreciate that. Because there are enough channels we can have a bunch of foolishness. I don't like it. That's not good for my spirit. I don't like that.
Amen.
All right, honey, I'm gonna drop you down. But thank you for the super chat and thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
No problem. Listen, and if it ever needs to get spicy, y'all know where the fires reside, because I'm gonna turn it up. No, I'm just playing.
Always. Where the spice resides, where the fire resides, where the fire.
Yeah. All right, and I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my Lord. Thank you guys for this conversation. It was really, I think it was a productive one. And I really want us to dig deep, men and women. If we're allowing certain things, why? It's because of what we think about ourselves. And hurt people. We know this to be true. Whether it's intentional or not, the fact remains. So with that, I started this conversation with my intro. Shout out to my niece, Lucky Marie, who did my intro video. So I'm going to end that way. Because to my firstborn nephew, Ryan Spunk Adams, the saxophonist extraordinaire, who was the featured artist at the Oklahoma City Thunder's basketball game this past week. So I'm going to end with his Sunshine and Rain album, and I'm going to close it out Sunshine in the Rain came out on the 23rd of August, which was his birthday. He's a saxophonist. This has an R&B feel. Please follow him on Instagram under I Am Spunk. Also, you can find his music under Spunk Adams on all music streaming platforms. So I'm going in with a little video that I made of him for his Sunshine in the Rain album, then close it out with Noun. So if you like some music, I want y'all to enjoy this on the way out. No, you know, listen, you wasn't acting up. See, we in the, listen, the women of the Divine Nine, we be acting up. You know what? I need your, hit me on Instagram, because I do Divine Nine sister circle discussions on every other Wednesday. I've been having ladies that I know from the Divine Nine, either from high school or college. We get together and we talk about different issues as it relates to women. So you are from a younger generation of Divine Nine sisters. I would love to have you participate therein. Niecy Pooh knows how to get in touch with me or hit me up on IG, because we be talking about it. We don't give no secrets, but again, we just happen to be women from the Divine Nine and just get together and have some sister chats. So like I said, I'm going to end it with my video from my nephew, Spunk Adams, Sunshine in the Rain, which is a dope song. And this is a video I put together. He said I can do it because it's baby pictures in here too. So, but anyway, and then we're going to close it with Sunshine and Rain. I mean, open with close Sunshine and Rain, then Now. Here we go.
Said I got a story to tell. You don't hear me. Said I got a story about a girl. Yeah. Check. See, I've been up all night typing this love letter. Hoping you open the message saying I love you better. You've been keeping me on red. I know I'm out the picture. Ain't nothing worse than the wait. Just a request. I saw it on a nigga wave like a drop by. Saw you out, so I figured out I say hi. Ain't no pressure, just want a good time. Something we get to share up on a timeline. She's my type of girl. Magic carpet around the world. She'll show you things that you can't imagine. Straight hair or fancy curl, right as diamonds, clutch as pearls. She's my one and only digital girl. My sunshine in the rain. Sunshine in the rain. My sunshine in the rain. Oh, my. My sunshine in the rain. Sunshine in the rain. Mm-hmm.
First we outside, you beaming your light, giving me shades of dope. Now I'm walking in pools of water, my Yeezy. So you had a faith that get Jesus hope, but the devil is pleased. I'm on my knees, I intercede for our peace. Girl, your love is the antidote. Body like a goddess, your beauty on displays in the finest museums. You shining like discos, but who knew that through the fire harder grow this froze? Unwrap your envelope, baby, let's disclose. I don't beat around bushes, no babe, I don't tiptoes. Not a ballerina, but I see balances drop jaws from your spoken words that rain dancing in tip jars. I applaud you, but these problems we face feeling so colossal. You put shovels of dirt digging on my fossils. Every hurt I try and fix, you say I scarred you. I've dropped dimes before, don't tell me that I lost you. It's two sides to every coin, and every road's gonna have its thorns. I'm placing these stems, my palms bleed. Maybe your rain can rinse these stains from these leaves, cause I still need my sunshine in the rain. My sunshine in the rain. Sunshine, my sunshine in the rain. Yeah. My sunshine in the rain.
Do you wanna go? Go to a place I wanna go. Go to a place. Do you wanna go? Go to a place I wanna go. Go to a place. I can take you there. I can take you there.